It's the AFTCO Bassmaster Elites at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Well, it's already underway again today on the St. John's River, Palatka, Florida. They are unleashing the anglers of the Bassmaster Elite Series. 15th season for the Bassmaster Elite Series, day 2. Though it's Sunday of this very important tournament, they're all so terribly important, each one of these tournaments, and this before us is the most important day of the year for all practical purposes. And things are changing. We have so many storylines going on. One of them, as is the case with every tournament, we have the haves and the have-nots. Even among the top 20, we have the haves and the have-nots. But the chances of things turning around, well, Davey Height, the Hall of Famer, the legend, you've been there. You know how likely, you know the probability of things changing and in a big way today, and we got so many reasons to think that.
Absolutely. The weather changing, the weather getting better. Watching weigh-in yesterday, you could tell the guys in the later flights did a little better. So if you were an early boat yesterday and had a tough day, having that extra 45 minutes or so can make a big, big difference. I heard quite a few anglers say, hey, I caught this 5-pounder about 20 minutes ago. So the fishing should get good. It's still cool there this morning, a little cooler than expected, about 41 degrees, and that's going to make things a little slow this morning for some anglers, especially the ones that are fishing shallow and some of the ones that are sight fishing. Kelly J, though, is fishing off the bank, fishing a jerkbait, so he should hopefully get going early and often this morning.
You certainly want to keep your eye on somebody who's doing something a little bit different. We watched a lot of anglers operate yesterday. Yeah, some great efforts and severe grinding all day long. I mean, it was not a numbers day for anybody.
In my career fishing B.A.S.S tournaments, Florida was always my nemesis because you can have a great day. I've had some good tournaments there, but you can, especially being off the lake for a few days, you can go out there and just miss the boat, so to speak, and come in and have only 1 or 2 fish, and that makes it a tough way to start the season.
So easy to do. Let's take a look at our Humminbird Lay of the Lake. It is the largest river in the state of Florida, known for its freshwater opportunities, but this one is different. It's a unique fishery in all of America. 200 miles of it are navigable. It runs 300 miles from south to north out to the ocean. It is tidal in nature. Some parts of it are strictly regular old Class A river fishing. We've got big lakes, we got small ponds, we have backwaters, canals, everything's there. You've got a lot of choices, Davey.
You do have a lot of choices, and you mentioned tidal in nature. That has really thrown a lot of these anglers a curveball. I haven't talked to anyone that quite understands why the water stayed low so long yesterday with the northeast wind, but that affected a lot of those guys that were fishing in the canals. You have a lot of these man-made canals off of the river where you have boat docks, and a lot of those fish go in these places to spawn, and with that water staying low, those fish just don't want to move up. But it's a beautiful fishery, a lot of variety. We saw more anglers spread out, more so than ever yesterday, and I think we'll see some more of it today. Some fishing down south 45, 50 miles, some going north as much as 15 or 20 miles. So it's a very diverse fishery. The tidal influence is a big, big deal. Hopefully with the wind staying calm somewhat again today, only 10 to 15 miles an hour, hopefully, instead of those 30 and 40 mile an hour gusts that we had earlier in the week.
Well, as we take a look at our leaderboard to start this day number 2, bear in mind that there are 88 anglers, the full field, out there fishing today. Then we'll cut it down to 20. The top 20 only will vie for the championship tomorrow. There's that big day for Kelly J yesterday. Thing to keep in mind, that included a 9+ largemouth bass.
Yeah, Kelly J had the big fish of the day yesterday with a 9.2, I think it was. And then Paul Mueller had 2 really nice fish, looked like 6-pounders or so. Clark Whelan with the 8.12. Steve Kennedy, someone to watch. Biggest fish was in the 5-pound range, but had a solid limit. I mean, it's great to have 20 pounds or 21 pounds like Kelly J had any way you can get it, but you got to keep your eye on those guys who are catching those 3, 4, and 5 pounders. Didn't have to have that one big fish to make their limit be so big.
Yeah, among the contenders of Paul Mueller, and down there in 6th place, Todd Auten, the 2 anglers who took a left turn, which you called the move of the day, the Mercury move of the day yesterday. That was a bold move because that place has not attracted and has not produced in recent years.
It hasn't, and it's a big, big plus for those guys that took that left turn and decided to go north. They don't have any other boats fishing around them. Todd Auten said he never saw another tournament angler in the area that he caught his fish. Paul Mueller the same way, and only stayed in those areas for a few hours each. So definitely we'll keep an eye on those 2 anglers today.
Yep, we think of those 2 being sort of contrarian in nature, but a lot of guys went back to doing exactly what they had done last year. Scott Canterbury being primary among them, and you got to watch Scott Canterbury. He obviously knows what he's doing everywhere he goes.
Yeah, he picked up right where he left off last year, winning Angler of the Year, and fished the same areas, just fished it a little differently. I think this time Kelly J, the leader from yesterday, told me he did the same thing. He caught some fish last year, but last year those fish continued to move to the bank, and you saw a lot of those fish being caught shallow flipping. And if that water stays low, they should stay out where Kelly J should continue to keep catching them.
I think overall there's a level of optimism among the anglers today. They know the big ones are there. Everyone knows that. And most of them think that, yeah, they're going to start coming. Let's see what Jake Whitaker in our top 10 thinks.
Starting out day number 2, had a great day yesterday. Didn't have a lot going on yesterday morning. Switched it up a little bit and found some fish. So we're gonna go back to the same area I fished yesterday. I think there's a lot of fish coming in there. They're not quite on beds yet, but they're coming in to go up on beds. So I'm pretty confident. You know, I don't know about size. Size could be, you could catch a 5-pounder, you could catch 12 inchers. So it's just one of those deals that you're just going to have to cover a lot of water, keep your head down, keep throwing, and those big ones will come. They're in there. So I'm looking forward to today.
Day 1, better than I expected. I mean, the weights were a little lower than what I was expecting, so we're in good shape. I mean, not getting a whole lot of bites, but I don't think anybody really is, so we're going to go back and see if we can slow down, maybe fish a little more area than we did yesterday, but I want to definitely slow down a little bit in some of those good areas. I mean, we fished slow yesterday, so it's hard to slow down much more. We just got to catch 5. I mean, catch 5 that weighs 10 pounds and we make the top 20 cut. Catch 5 that weighs 20 pounds and we'll be sitting real good. I mean, with a shot to win for sure.
Yeah, we finally got to fish. You know, day 1 actually went pretty well for me. And, you know, in Florida, one thing you got to do is you got to get a big bite. If you don't get a big bite, you might have a good string, but having a great string. And I caught a big one yesterday, and hopefully can catch another big one today. They should be coming. Full moon's here. It's getting warmer. It's cold again this morning, but after this morning, it's going to warm up real nice. So, you know, hopefully big ones will move in and we'll catch some.
Oh, I feel pretty good about it. I mean, I caught, actually in practice, better quality fish per fish in there. So yesterday when I caught that big one, I thought I was going to have a real big bag with my average. But I caught some small ones, and I don't know if they were bucks pulling in, that waiting for the females to pull in, or what was going on actually. But I feel pretty good about it. I mean, the temperatures was cold again last night, so I don't think and we got a low tide, so I don't think the fish are going to be up on the bank. They should be out there where I'm fishing. So we're just going to swing and cast around and see if we can get. I'm only getting like 8 or 9 bites a day, so maybe 10. So I'm just going to fish and see if I can capitalize on what bites.
Leader Kelly J, of course, it all was revealed how the day had gone for these anglers when they got to weigh-in time. And Scott Canterbury, of course, everyone expected him to do well. Last year's very commanding Angler of the Year effort he put in, and yes, he did. He did very, very well. Steve Kennedy moving up. A lot of people say he's the guy to watch today, David.
Yeah, you see, like I mentioned earlier, just good, solid limit of fish. No great big ones, but you always love to catch those great big ones. Clark Wendlandt here with an 8-pound, 12-ounce bass that certainly anchored his limit of 20 pounds. I think we'll see a number of 20 pounds. We only had those 2 yesterday, but I think we'll have more of them today, no doubt about it. Paul Mueller, someone we definitely need to keep an eye on because he only fished his best area, he told me, for a few hours.
There's your leader right there, Kelly J, working his jerk bait. He knew they would be out there deep. He said they'd be laying in the ditch, and sure enough, they were. He got a hold of them. And it happened early for him. Now, this was last year, and this is one of the stories we were watching at the start of this one. So improbable for someone to go to the same venue 2 consecutive times and win, but the legend, Rick Clunn, made it happen, and it was an inspirational effort.
Absolutely inspirational. I think everyone was delighted to see, even some of the anglers that were competing against him that were in the final day cut in the top 10 were happy to see Rick Clunn win. Going back-to-back on the St. Johns River, not back-to-back years, but back-to-back events there on the river is so unlikely, so unlikely, and everybody was glad to see Rick Clunn hold a blue trophy up one more time.
And another thing that's unlikely and something you can't plan for is to be here when those magic conditions come together for the big day, the big week in the spring. But we got very, very close to that last year, and It's just been a different character of a place today, and man, oh man, I can't wait to see what's going to happen today. We are expecting changes, expecting improvement, especially into tomorrow, Davey Hyde.
Absolutely, the fishing should get better. Keep in mind, Rick Clum, both of those victories had come from behind victories with 30-pound bags after the first day, so you got to keep your eye on all these anglers.
Here's Jake Whitaker, whom we heard from just a few minutes ago. He says, I know they're coming. I want to be there.
You let me know whenever we're.
It's a lot colder here this morning than I thought it would be.
Well, we finally got to our spot. We're not far. We're 15 or 20 minutes from the takeoff. This is where I came yesterday afternoon. I had my first bite at 12 o'clock, and this is where I caught the rest of my fish. So we're gonna hunker down, fish, throw at every one of these poles, every wall, every stick up, whatever's in here, we're gonna throw at it today, and hopefully there's some new fish that have moved in. I think there's a lot of fish coming in. They're just coming in off the river, wanting to do their thing. So I'm pretty excited to get the day going. See what can happen. I think it can definitely happen in here.
All of these anglers trying to limit as much as they can that move of the foot toward the trolling motor. And that's sort of, I guess, post-front fishing 101.
Absolutely.
They all strive for it yesterday. Right. Some of them have varying degrees of success. John Cruz on the right. Good day for him.
Yeah, so we're just getting in here. Just getting in here in this morning, and it looks like the water's a little bit lower than it has been. I mean, you know, we've been dealing with some pretty low water the last couple days after that smoking west wind that shut us down for a couple days. It blew a lot of the water out of here, and man, it's even lower this morning than it has been. This area I'm in here, it's got a little bit deeper water. I mean, in years past, I've caught a couple fish in here, but I think with the low water, it's one of those places that the fish will still somewhat act normal since there's still plenty of water over their head. They can still function.
John Cruz, of course, had a great season, a great year last year to start.
It's not a fast and furious situation. It's just you got to hunt and peck around, and you'll get a bite or two here and there, and like yesterday, at the end of the day, it looked good.
So John had a great tournament last year, fishing very differently, fishing a different area of the river. You see he's around all those boat docks and houses, and last year it was sparse eelgrass, but guys had the areas with small patches of eelgrass on the north end of Lake George did best, and John Cruz was one of those. You can see these giant fish that were up in that shallow vegetation.
That's an 11-pounder right there.
Yeah.
That is so impressive, and that's one of the main images we take from that tournament last year, and it just shows you how different it can be, and it also reminds us what's out there, and that's going to contribute to the volatility on top of the leaderboard, especially tomorrow.
Yeah, it certainly will. The weather's getting better. These cold nights are still keeping them back a little bit, and the low water, I'm afraid, is just as much a factor of these fish not wanting to move up as the cold temperatures. But last night was supposed to be the last cold night. It should be much better tonight. And the fishing, we saw it got better yesterday in the afternoon. It'll definitely get better today in the afternoon. And those fish live there. They're still there. They just need to move up.
John Cruz with almost 17 pounds yesterday. Of course, last year you had to have a 20-pound average or better, and then a giant bag if you wanted to contend for the win.
In the water right here.
I would think that number is more like average 15 or so, and then look for a big bag.
Yes.
Need old Mr. Big Bass to
John mentioned in these canals, the water being a little deeper. Last year, so many of those fish were caught basically on flats where the eelgrass and other vegetation was. And now, because of the water being low, those flats, those fish do not want to be on those big, large flat areas, because with that water going up and down a foot or two, they basically get trapped or out on a flat. So they want to be closer to some deep water. It's been a big key this week.
I caught most of my fish on yesterday. Okay, actually, all the ones I weighed, I caught a couple on a Missile Baits 48, and I think one on a speed worm during the rest of the day. But all the fish I weighed and then some came on that bait we're going to release at the Classic, and I'm hoping that's what gets it done again today. I got it rigged on a Tokyo rig right here. I caught a lot of fish on it last year, and that was one of the reasons that I wanted to design a bait to put. I knew exactly what I wanted in a bait to put on the Tokyo rig, and that's one of the reasons I designed this bait for the Tokyo rig and for a Nico rig, or Neko rig, I think is the proper pronunciation.
Tokyo rig is something fairly new for a lot of the anglers here, including myself. But it's something that I think we'll see more and more of here in the not so distant future.
In broad terms, what is it?
It's almost like a power drop shot. It's a wire that comes off of the hook on a swivel, where your bait stays up off the bottom. Anywhere from 2 to 4, 6, maybe even 6 inches, and it's basically a power drop shot, but it gives the bait a lot of freedom of movement, so to speak. And soft plastic baits, swim baits, you can use a lot of different baits on it. It goes through thick cover really well. That's what I think it's primarily used for in Japan, like punching mats. But I've found, and a lot of anglers are doing other things with it other than just punching mats. Like you see John Cruz, obviously there's no mats in this area he's at. He's just throwing it around these boat docks and seawalls. You fished a Tokyo rig any, Ronnie?
I have. It's not bad. There's a couple cypress tree lakes around here, and that's another way to keep it from getting, your Texas rig approach getting tangled up in those deals. So, yeah.
Right out of the gate. 8:30 or something like that. Until 10:30, something like that, to caught a limit. I had a couple, boom, 2 fish here, and then went away, and then 2 more fish quick, and then I went about 45 minutes or so and caught. Yeah, the second one I caught it was questionable whether it was 12 inches or not, but I put it in the box and rode it around for about an hour, and then we got it out, safely released back into the water.
It's one thing we did not see a lot of yesterday is fish safely released back into the water. I mean, I really don't want to know how many 5-fish limits were based on 5 keeper bites during the all day long. 6, 7. That in there.
Normally a 5-fish limit, comes after someone's caught 8, 10, 12 fish, but you're right. A lot of those 5-fish limits were just 5 bites all day long. Okay. But Steve Kennedy was one. I heard him say on weighing stage. Yeah. Had 5 bites.
What you won't hear anyone say this week is, boy, I had to wade through a lot of fish to get where I got.
It's just probably one of the simplest setups that you're ever going to throw in bass fishing, but it catches so many bass, and it's just a very effective way to catch fish this time of year. Like I said earlier, I think the fish they're not spawning yet. There's some that are spawning, but I think the majority of them are just now coming up and getting ready to get on beds. So, I mean, this little wacky rig here you can catch them all around the country. I mean, what does it look like? I mean, what is that? I mean, it works though, but yeah, all it is just a wacky rig. Like I say, B.A.S.S sassy stick. Just very simple. I'm just throwing it at these seawalls. These fish are obviously looking, if not already on the bed, so they're going to be up shallow. I'm just throwing it to the wall, and if I don't catch one in 5 or 6 seconds, I'm reeling it up and throwing it to the next spot. So we're just going to cover lots of water and just keep chunking it. It may be that this afternoon's better than this morning. You know, the warmer the air gets, the warmer the water's going to get, the more active these fish are going to get. So we're not going to get discouraged. We're going to just keep fishing, and we'll see what we can come up with. This is just one of my staples that I always have tied on during the springtime of the year anywhere I'm at. Wherever I go, I've got a wacky rig tied on, and 9 times out of 10 I can catch fish on it. So it worked yesterday, should work today.
That's our AFCO Taste the Bait from Jake Whitaker right there, talking about a setup, a plastic stick bait that, boy, it's a lot of people's favorite. People don't like it unless they want to catch fish. Usually that's
right. It's absolutely one of the best techniques to have right around the spawn, just a little tiny bit before spawn, during the spawn, and a little after. That's when it's at its best, no doubt about it. And Jake Whitaker, I'm sure, does this a lot at Lake Hartwell and places, Lake Norman, places that he's very, very familiar with and fishes a lot. And not only Jake, people all over the country.
Everywhere, of all skill levels, really rely on that.
A place that looks similar to the St. John's Winyah Bay. I know that Whitaker had his 2 best finishes last year, a 12th at Winyah Bay and a 15th at Hartwell, back-to-back weeks, you know, doing this same type of deal around seawalls, docks, anything you can get in canals. And we obviously saw that those 2 events get won by the wacky rig with Cobb and Blaylock, and Blaylock got second and first in those. But
okay.
Well, those are 2 anglers. Cruz and Whitaker very close to the takeoff there. That's why we're with them first, because they were early into action. Now we start to expand as we get different anglers dispersed out to their respective spots, and now we pick up the band. It's been, boy, hero fishing for a long time, Clark Wendlandt.
He certainly has.
Day 2 just got started. A little bit of fog on the river in little places, a little bit nerve-wracking getting in here, but we are gonna be fishing for spawning fish, or at least that's what I figure the majority of them are, and fishing slow. Cold front in Florida. Everything I know says go slow.
How you put your bag together yesterday?
You know, for the most part yesterday, I really just took my time, fished slow. You know, the year before, last year when we fished here, a lot of those best bags came from just really taking your time. And so I just kind of learned from that. It's the spawn, it's a cold front. So, I mean, I'm just going to really take my time, pick it apart, hopefully just pitch in front of the right fish. And, you know, the hope is with a full moon is they're just going to keep coming. And if they do, then we'll really catch them good. If they don't, then I have no idea. I mean, that's what I've got to bank on. I'm betting on the come, on what's going to happen, and just hoping it does.
One a 3 with 20 pounds plus yesterday. Clark Wendlett's in a good position. You can't deny it.
Absolutely is. And we see something, the common denominator here with the 3 anglers that had good days yesterday. Obviously, we got cameras on there in the top 10. They're in these canals. This seems to be the place where a lot of these bigger stringers were caught. Deeper water, they're not on those expansive flats like I mentioned. Those fish don't want to be on those big flat areas with the water falling like it has.
A little bit more protected water during the wild weather from the past couple of days, so that's going to help, right?
Yeah, well, they want to spawn in that protected water, and those flats, if the wind doesn't blow and the water doesn't drop and there's vegetation, that's where they like to be. But we've had all those things that I said, if it doesn't happen. The wind has blown 30 to 40 miles an hour, the water has dropped, and there is very, very little eelgrass or other vegetation. So those things that are key ingredients for those fish to be on the big, long, flat points like we've seen. What was it, 14 or 16 we were here? There were 50 boats on one point there in Lake George.
Oh,
so literally
absolutely.
50 of the 100 boats on one long, flat point. Those fish just will not be on those places with the conditions we have right now. And some guys tried to make it happen, and it just didn't work out for them. The guys that were in these canals, for the most part, did better. If not in these man-made canals where these boat docks and houses are, like we saw Canterbury yesterday, being real close to the river itself.
The full moon was this morning about 3 o'clock, Such? The full
2:33 Eastern, yeah.
Eastern, okay.
I know it lit up outside. I thought I overslept for Bass Live this morning. I woke up and it is shining out the window. I was like, what is going on?
Moon shadows.
Beautiful.
First guy on the board today was Brandon Palnick. He's trying to get in that top 20 for tomorrow. He's 18th right now. And David Mullins caught a 3-pounder as well. He's got a handful of catches already today.
It was really neat watching Brandon weigh in yesterday, and he said, you never know what you got until you lose it. I'm glad to be back. That was really, really cool. That was
Nice
what he
sentiment
said.
there for sure.
Hey, Steve. I'm just going to go like 50 yards into this one, and I'm going to come right back here and go that way. Y'all can come a little closer, but yeah, that's perfect.
There were some notables with struggles yesterday. Hunter Shryock, Brandon Lester, they zeroed along with Quentin Capo and Randy Sullivan. So we had 4 guys that didn't weigh in a fish yesterday. We saw Lester obviously stuck on a sandbar, for a portion of live yesterday trying to do that. So sometimes when it's not going your way, it's not going your way. And Brandon Cobb, even 2-time elite champ last year, had 1 fish yesterday.
Same with Chris Zaldane, Ronnie.
Zaldane as well.
Cobb's already passed yesterday's total.
I don't know what's worse, being stuck on a sandbar with no fishing live well or in pluff mud with a limit in your live well. You can't weigh them in. It's a bad day either day.
And then there's guys that kind of spared themselves, like John Cox, one of the local favorites here, only caught 1 yesterday, but it was a 6.14, so it was bigger than, he was sitting there in the 50s instead of the 80s.
We've got cameras with a lot of anglers. We have access via marshals to pretty much the rest of the field. We're going to give you some great coverage all day long. Coming up, Paul Mueller. What a fantastic day yesterday, just ounces out of the lead. Hey, he's talking to us, so we're going to hear what he's saying a little bit later, and we very much look forward to that. So that's on the way. Also, check out Robbie Lattuso. Started so great last year. We picked him up, and we'll pick him up when we get to the backside of our first break of the day. We got 5.5 more hours of Bassmaster Live coming your way. We expect this to be a day when anything can happen, Davey Height. We hope it translates into catching more fish. Somehow I think it will. Thanks for being with us this morning, and we will have a big Sunday for you, starting when we come back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is brought to you by Toyota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Minn Kota.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
Sign up to compete in the inaugural Hook Bassmaster B.A.S.S Nation Kayak Series, powered by Tourney X, presented by Abu Garcia in 2020. The trail features 5 regular season events, with a championship to be held in conjunction with the 2021 Academy Outdoors and Sports Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook. The first tournament will be at Logan Martin Lake in Hill City, Alabama on March 5th, in conjunction with the 50th Bassmaster Classic. To find out more details and to register, visit bassmaster.com/kayak.
Amazing. Nothing better. It flat out allows me to catch more fish. Power steering and spot lock have revolutionized what we're doing on the lake now.
Faster response times when steering.
A spot lock, man, it's second to none. Game changer.
A game changer.
Game changer.
Wherever the trail gets rough and the mud gets deep, you'll find a Toyota Tacoma. It's the best-selling compact pickup in America for 12 years, and it's not because we baby them. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
Son gets it done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination, unbelievable.
You're watching the AFCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Just 3 days of fishing now. Remember that in this weather-shortened event, but we're not too far away. Just around the corner, the 50th anniversary of the World Championship of Fishing, the Academy Sports and Outdoors 2020 Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. It is going to be spectacular. Coming back to Birmingham, going back to Lake Guntersville, perfect playing field, perfect setup to celebrate 50 years of the biggest tournament in the sport, not by a little, but by a lot. We're certainly looking forward to that, Davey Hyde.
Absolutely. I don't know how we could do any better than last year at Knoxville. The crowds were great, the fishing was great, everything was just perfect, but I couldn't pick a better place to try to one-up Knoxville last year than Birmingham, Alabama, boy. Lake Guntersville. It's going to be phenomenal.
It'll be absolutely spectacular. Plan on being with us. We'll have coverage for you from start to finish, from stem to stern. Let's get back out on the water in the St. John's River early on. Second day of competition with a full field. That's the guy we started with today. Not too far from the takeoff, Jake Whitaker.
Jake fishing in this canal, lots of boat docks, obviously, with a wacky rig.
There he is. Good one. Come on, baby doll. Back over here. Yes, sir. Heck yes. That's a way to start the freaking morning. Right there. Wacky rig. 3-pounder. I will take it. I will take it. Yes, ma'am. Number one, it's a good one. What do you think, Willis? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That'll get the blood flowing early in the morning. Freaking shaking. Not even a big one, but I love it. But if you don't like that, that's awesome. Let's do it again.
I'll have to agree, that is awesome.
That is awesome. Big moment for the former college national champion.
Which have been between the first pile and in the wall. And like I say, that fish there is just a fresh fish that's moved in, not on a bed, but here in the next few days, she would have been. Fat, healthy fish, man, they look good. Just keep plugging. I'm about 4 hours ahead of schedule this morning. I didn't have my first bite till noon yesterday. Just doing some other stuff down the river that I had some bites on in practice. But again, we've got to look at we practiced for 3 days for this event, and then never were on the river for another 3 days due to high winds and storms. Big front passed through, but we weren't on the river for 3 days, so everything pretty much totally changed. There's a ton of water that's left this system. I don't know where it's gone. I don't know if the moon has something to do with it, or that front that came through pushed a lot of water out, but the water's dropped probably 6 inches to a foot. And I came in here at noon yesterday and caught a few fish like that. So we're gonna hang out and keep doing it, see what we can come up with.
There's fish that I don't think ever get fished up there. It's just endless.
Oh, Mueller.
This looks good right here. Like this looks like where a big one would be. And you can tell by this. See how it's kind of flat there? The pads come out? No, not really. But you see how those pads come out there, and then there's less pads here? Well, what that is that's a deeper, it's a deeper like deal. That's a good sign though, that there's fish here. It's a keeper. It's a baby. This is a bonus. I want to see if there's actually fish in here. So I'm not going to go to my water until a little bit later. But you see what I'm saying though? How the pads are flat there, then there's less pads, so there's an indent right here. And that's where those bigger ones set up. So there's a male, there's gonna be a female. I'm gonna make note of this. And you may come back here later in the day and there'll be a female there. That didn't hit it that hard, it just was sitting on it, which is kind of expected. Yeah, I didn't catch a thing off of wood yesterday. Not to say you won't. I caught them near wood, like a lily pad right near a tree, or a lily pad near a dock. But I think they're spawning on those stems, you know, or wanting to, one or the other.
Try to get this in. First big fish of the day. Cody Holland, a 6-pounder.
Wow.
That's huge for the 2019 Nation champ.
No kidding.
Yeah, he had one for 3.6 yesterday. He's almost
early in the morning,
too.
Very timely. Extremely timely. A lot of people talking about Steve Kennedy. No giant fish in there, but a great limit. And let's see what he's got on his mind this morning.
Oh, Mr. Giant!
Good
Got
morning.
it.
Are you kidding me?
Good morning.
We got you.
I had had a bite all day, and you said we're going live, and he took my tails off. It was a freaking 5-pounder, too. Hello, how are you?
How are you, Steve?
I missed him. Let me get off of this. Give him a chance to set up, maybe. Did you see that? Came out of the water, but I didn't let him get it. Yeah, he didn't get the hook. He didn't get the hook at all, but good Lord, what a bite. Sometimes they'll come back. I don't know. We'll see. Sometimes. But no, we hadn't had a bite all morning, and we just kind of got up in the creek good. All the boat traffic run around. I kind of stayed off of it for a few minutes, trying to let it settle down. And we'd gone, what, a quarter of a mile there with no bite. And I actually fished this spot twice yesterday and never had a bite. And that was easily a 5-pounder, just came out of the water trying to get it and missed it. But basically just swimming a really big jig. And that, when the tide gets low, that low outgoing tide, these fish are moved up into these little cuts, little drains, and they get out here where you can catch them on the outside edge at low tide. So tide's still going out, and I think we got a couple of hours of this. But basically you're fishing all day for 5 or 6 bites, and it hurts when you miss a big one like that. You don't want to come back and try to catch the same fish over and over during the day. But it's good to know they're biting. It's been a while. God, that's a big one. Can you believe we did that live? Come on, baby. Would have been incredible.
Which of the 4 boxes are more people watching right now? Just for the moment, anyway. I think it sounded like it might have been a big one.
Yeah, I think it was. I don't think he was telling us a fishtail either. His body language definitely indicated that was a nice one.
He's not one of the folks known for exaggeration either. No, he's in the moment.
It's interesting that Paul Mueller and Steve Kennedy swimming a jig with these conditions, and Clark and Jake both saying slow, 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 and both of these, Paul Mueller being the leader, and then Steve Kennedy not far back with 19 pounds yesterday. Basically, reeling a bait, swimming a jig, not even letting it touch the bottom.
that hurts. It hurts bad.
Heard Paul say that he's not in his best area. I talked to him last night, and he didn't go to his best area yesterday until it had warmed up a little bit and the water level was like he wanted to. He said, I didn't want to go in there and get disappointed, get spun out, so I waited till mid-morning to go, and he's going to do the same thing today. You can have that luxury when you turn left and there's not many boats fishing in that direction. You have somewhere down around Lake George that you think you're going to let it rest until midday. It's probably not going to happen. So many of the anglers are down there.
Paul Mueller with 20 and a half yesterday, and Steve Kennedy just ounces the first man out of the 20-pound club there in fourth place. And Steve giving us his kind of prediction on this. So you got a couple more hours of this, and then maybe we'll start to get a little more water.
Right.
And that's a long process.
It is, and you know, it warming up is a long process also. It's, you know, a lot of fog and all there this morning. You can see those guys still bundled up for the most part. But all that will help the bite. That water coming up, and then also obviously the sun getting up higher in the sky and warming up these little canals that these guys are fishing.
Smarts. Okay, let's start covering water again.
Well, we leave those four and pick up another couple of our anglers in our coverage today. Todd Auten, great day yesterday. Was the leader for a good portion of the day. Got a good early start. Had a big one. We saw him catch a big one.
We come in here where we fished yesterday, started out, and of course yesterday I had a couple bites off pretty quick. This morning's been real slow. Hadn't had a bite yet. Seen one fish kind of bust up under a dock, which was a good sign, but I don't know, something's changed a little bit. The water's come up just a little bit more, but you'd kind of think it'd make it better. But hadn't been the case so far. But yesterday I noticed, you know, like after about the first hour or so, it seemed like they started biting a little better. So I'm hoping that either the tide's going to get just right or something and turn them on. But we're just going to keep plugging and see if we can get a bite or two. If not, we might have to pull out and fish some of the main docks and stuff. Because I did catch some out there yesterday, but you know, the tide was, like I say, it was a little lower, and it was moving yesterday some, and I think it had them biting a little better. But today's just going to be a grind. I know it. Just going to have to grind them out.
So when you hear different anglers talk about the water levels, keep in mind they could be very likely, some of the anglers we're talking to versus a Todd Auten that went north could be 50 or 60 miles apart on the river system itself, and the water levels will be very, very different on a tidal river 50 miles apart.
What's that? Oh, okay.
Here's our TH Marine Weather Watch. The temperature, yeah, it's going to be, at least 10 degrees warmer at its warmest point today. It started about a little less than 10 degrees warmer than yesterday. Wind 10 miles an hour coming out of the northeast. And that's has yet to appear, at least in the canal environment yet, but it'll probably get up there a little bit. Tomorrow, much higher still, getting on up there toward 80 degrees. The low tonight, only 58, so that's a big improvement. Not much in the way of wind, and partly cloudy. It should be, according to all the customary knowledge, you know, that's going to be a far better day for fishing than what we've had these first 2 days.
Absolutely. We want Championship Monday to be the best day, and it's certainly shaping up to be that.
Absolutely.
Full moon last night. There's always some fish caught in these canals, but I don't know if I remember a St. John's tournament where all of the leaders seem to be in these canals.
Not to the extent that they are this morning.
Percentage-wise, yeah. I mean, every camera that we've got on someone is. And look at a big portion of Lake George there, and we don't see an angler on Lake George. I'm sure there are a few, but in that section we didn't see any.
Let's get out to that area and our leader to start the day, Kelly J. No, this is
Morning update. We just got here.
That's Kelly J.
We've been fishing about 10 minutes, hadn't had a bite, which it's not surprising. It was a grind all day yesterday, so looking at I think we had 8 bites yesterday, caught 7. And I mean, really, I'm coming out here looking for 5 bites. That's how tough this place is fishing right now. One big one makes all the difference, and I was fortunate enough yesterday to catch a 5-pounder on my way in. I pulled into a little place never fished before and caught a 5-pounder and caught out like a 1-4. So that was a blessing. Not a lot of life this morning. Things hadn't woken up yet. A lot of different types of fish in this little creek that we're in. And you know when it starts coming alive, water's still super low. Doesn't look like it ever came all the way back up in here last night either. If it would, I'd go fish the bank a little bit, but until it gives us some water to fish, I'm gonna stay out here, keep fishing these ditches with a jerkbait. A lot of boats in here though. That's the only thing that's working against us. Last year it was 2 of us in here. Now there's 12. See how that works.
Threw me off guard. I never realized how much Matt Ayres sounded like Kelly J talking.
It is the same
accent,
voice timbre, and a pretty close accent there. And of course, when someone's in silhouette,
silhouette and jerking a jerkbait.
Jerking a jerkbait.
I don't know why I keep thinking it's Kelly J. And he's jerking a jerkbait in the same area that Kelly J is jerking a jerkbait. Yeah. I happen to know that also.
Area, the angler from North Carolina, Norman, Wiley, places like that. Had a good season last year.
That looks like Gunnersville right there. I remember he had a great tournament there.
Really, really part of the mix, just about all the way through that big tournament at Gunnersville. Eventually won by Jamie Hartman.
He and Chris Saldane, I guess, the most successful offshore fisherman in that tournament. A lot of fish were caught shallow, but Matt Ayres fishing a jig and a big crankbait.
I mean, I was winding it in, and he looked.
Nice fish there. I was on the water that event, and I really thought he was going to be the man to beat the way that tournament was shaping up. But as the tournament progressed, it seemed to be a better shallow bite instead of offshore. Late summer, mid-late summer. I guess we were late summer there.
Yes, we were. Yeah.
Here we go.
Can't do that.
Oh.
I mean, that had it eaten too.
12-incher jumped off. Hurts my heart. About 12.5 inches. It felt a lot bigger. He had the jerkbait sideways across his body. I don't know how he jumped off, to be honest with you. It looked like he had every hook in the jerkbait on him. There is life in here. That'd have been a big one and it really hurt my feelings, but.
I just didn't. But when I came in here yesterday, I came in this canal, I was like, dang, that's the house we were practicing in. Here we are.
Well, bonus coverage of David Mullins down there yesterday. Good day for him. Solidly in the top 20. And the top 20 is where you got to end up today. We'll remind you of that. Mullins yesterday with the 15 pounds and 5 ounces. Angler from Tennessee.
You got 2 in the boat today, a 3-pounder and a 1-pounder.
One of the earlier catches today, along with Polinick and Pearson.
Beautiful morning there on the St. John's. Just a little cool, and the bite a little slow because of that.
And Matt Airy made a good point that life hadn't fully awakened.
That's right.
Yesterday when we started seeing birds everywhere, herons and ospreys catching fish, it did kind of, guys like Jake Whitaker suddenly started catching them.
Yep.
And
he's got
the old story.
I got to come back in here.
He's got the
I come in here
3.5 pounder in the live well. Didn't have a fish yesterday until noon, so.
I'm glad you said 3.5 because I wasn't.
Yeah,
he said 3.5.
Yeah, he was funny.
I'll go low half.
It's solid 3.5.
You don't do that over a 3.
Right. Yeah, he was getting a little excited there. Heck, I don't blame him. Got to 20 today instead of 40 or, you know. And a lot of guys need a 3-pounder so they can fish again tomorrow. Jake's got his. He probably, another fish or two, he would make the top 20, wouldn't you think, Ronnie?
That's what we were talking about earlier, that like 10th place, him and Matt Airy were just ounces apart, and they had like a 4-pound lead over 20th over that cut spot. So that'll be interesting to watch today if they're allowed to slip. If the weights pick up, they can't really slip. But if they're allowed to slip, what's it going to take to make that top 20?
Mullins, one of those guys who's trying to spoil that party. He had a good, strong finish to his season last year, 4th place at Yuga. Managed to get in the top 6 at 10 Killer, too.
Yeah, he did. Now, 2 real strong tournaments there at the end of the season.
And then Lanier, we got to see him in the second event. He led.
Second day?
Yeah, he led going into day 3. He was the leader and was one of those guys that was fighting it out shallow. He had an awesome stretch there where he caught like 6 in a row or whatever off that little rock vein on a crankbait.
Red crankbait, craw.
We haven't seen Canterbury yet today, but is that him throwing top water? No, that's
it's Airy again, yeah. Still. That's actually the from the boat of Kelly J right there. With still a little bit of residual fog on the water. There's Kelly. There's our leader to start the day with.
Cliff Prince, local Palatka angler, Says Kelly J's told Steve Wright this morning, Kelly J's going to win it because of where he is and what he's doing. The fish are coming to him. Well, that's Cliff Prince's assessment. We shall see.
Well, we will have our winner decided tomorrow, the third day of competition in this weather-shortened tournament here. In the meantime, there's plenty of fishing and plenty of changes on the way today, that is for sure. We, along with the rest of our anglers we're covering today, wait for the St. John's to come to life, and for some anglers it already has. Jake Whitaker, good keeper in the boat early. He feels like he's ahead of the game for sure.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Definitely a way to get the morning started. Jake Whitaker had a slow start yesterday. Till about noon, he went in this canal throwing a wacky worm, and he got a lot better start this morning.
As we take a look at one of these canals, of which there are many attached to the river here. In Central Florida, North Florida, Kelly J. Still the man on top. And Mueller, Winton, Whitaker having moved up for sure. Steve Kennedy, we saw him miss a big one right when we came to him today. We can't wait to get back and see what Kennedy's got going on. Scott Canterbury hasn't got it started yet, but you can bet he will at some point. We're taking our break, and we'll be right back.
The AFCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is being brought to you live by Yamaha. Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
In the wild, nature dictates that when it's time to eat, animals will instinctively find and devour the meal that satisfies them most. In the water, Berkeley Powerbait's scientifically proven formula triggers the natural predatory instinct in bass. Now available in a plethora of shapes, sizes, and colors. Berkeley Powerbait. Fish bite and won't let go.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new Tour Grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
While I travel the country on the Bassmaster Elite Series, I simply can't let the weather be the reason I don't win $100,000. That's why I use AFCO clothing to keep me warm, dry, and protected from whatever Mother Nature wants to throw at me. My season depends on it. My career depends on it. AFCO, any fish, any water.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia, for life.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now for your chance to win a fishing trip with 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Scott Canterbury. Trip includes hotel, airfare, rental car, and $500 spending cash, plus a Skeeter Boat ZX190W with Yamaha SHO outboard, Lowrance electronics, and an amazing prize package. Total value $52,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
For over 70 years and 18 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And right now through March 31st, you can buy Save Fish with rebates of up to $1,500 on the all-new FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the new FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX190 and ZX250. Hurry! Buy Save Fish ends March 31st. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com to see why now is the best time to buy the Skeeter of your dreams.
I can vividly remember back when I was a kid and, searching for information. And it was so much work and it was such a struggle to get that knowledge, to get that information.
We talked about the equipment, we talked about the bait, we talked about how to pick it apart.
It's highly detailed, specific information from A to Z to help you learn, get to the water, and become a better angler quickly. That's what the Bass University is all about.
You're watching the AFCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Good Sunday morning to you. It's Bassmaster Live, our first tournament of the year. Always exciting, and this one is promising so much for us and so many changes. Next event, Chickamauga Lake in Dayton, Tennessee. Chickamauga, we've been there before, back in 2014, but that was summer post-spawn, definitely. Bite like that, and baby, we've talked about this many times. You expect some bigger fish showing up this time around.
Yeah, I don't know how you want up to St. John's River for bigger fish or double-digit fish, other than maybe go to Chickamauga. It's certainly known for double-digit fish there. Gosh, I mean, it's possible to see a 12-plus pound fish being caught. The time of year we're going to be there, like you mentioned, we've been there before. It's been post-spawn. Those fish aren't at their optimum weight, but that definitely should be pre-spawn. A lot going on in that river. A lot of rain up that way, so should have some current and some stained water. Make for fishing hopefully good.
Thank you out to Kelly J and Matt Airy in this special place here, which we just learned from Suits that local Cliff Prince said the tournament would be won here. That's a bold prediction right there.
That is.
Especially since he's not.
Especially since he's not there.
Yeah, that's.
Where you're at and what you're doing is where it should be won, but I'm going to be about 30 miles from you.
Got one program note on that tournament we just mentioned, Chickamauga, stop number 2. That starts not Thursday, but on Friday of next week, as Matt Airy gets it done.
Number 1, not big, but it's a keeper. The good thing is he got it when it hit the bottom.
First cast we've seen him make with a Texas rig worm. I don't think it even made it to the bottom before he set the hook.
Things are starting to pop. Destin DeMarion, new elite, 4-pounder, 4 1/4. Jumps in our top 10. Scott Canterbury catches a 3.5. We didn't have him on cell signal, was weak there.
Tommy, because of yesterday, are you giving me permission to talk junk to Such since Destin caught a 4-pounder? And I have no control?
Yeah, absolutely.
Take that one, Such.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, them's the rules. I can't do anything about it.
Who do you have in that Rapala fantasy pool, Such? Gross?
I got Buddy Gross. I got Clark Wendlandt.
Oh.
That's a good pick.
Good picks. Just not quite as good as Ronnie's right now in that group, right? He moved ahead of Gross, didn't he?
No, Destin had like 10 and Gross had like 15.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, Gross was still.
You just got closer, but Gross.
Yeah, just closer, yeah.
Okay.
Destin just jumped him. He's got 2 fish for 6.5.
Paul Mueller and Todd Auten still waiting on their first fish of the day. Both these guys kind of known for moving baits, chatter baits, and things like that. Oh, here we go. Airy again.
Yep, better one.
Wow.
Don't you come off.
Well, it's a perfect jerkbait kind of morning, you would think, and he picks up a Texas rig. You are in Florida, Texas rig, duh.
Yeah.
And catches them back to back.
Better, 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 better.
Best flurry of the tournament, only flurry of the tournament to
Every
our
time I catch one, they rip it all to pieces.
Back-to-back cast.
Yeah. For show, dude, for show. I'll go through, I got about 40 of them in there. We'll go through all them, we had a good day. I say that, I've done that at Okeechobee before and had 7 pounds. Caught 50 and had, the biggest one was a 2-pounder. Some gun biting it ferociously. Good on MLF. This ain't MLF. This is as far from MLF as you could think. To each their own. Do what? Well, we agree on something.
Taku Ito making some noise. He was
Shows you how many fish are
40th
in
yesterday.
here.
He's got a 4.8 today with his
Jerkbait out there 4 or 5 times.
2 other 2-pounders up to 9th place.
It's a
Paul
keeper.
Mueller. Another small one.
You better zoom in on that one, buddy. We're on the big ones now.
Keep in mind, Paul Mueller has not gone to where he
No,
caught his
I mean, there's
fish
some rough
yesterday.
spots.
So he was
That's
going
right.
to wait until at least mid-morning.
where
He's
the-
fishing new water.
These little ditches form in these turns right here, and they'll be, you know, in here, I mean, we're sitting in 3.5 feet of water. So 3 to 5 foot of water when there's no water anywhere else in here is a big deal. Now we need a 6.
Paul Mueller talking about his setup there.
6-pounder.
In a June bug color.
3/8 ounce Strike King Hack Attack swim jig, black blue.
And I'm just kind of pumping it through those pads. That fish didn't know what hit him. A little one.
I mean, smoked it.
I don't know if Kelly's close enough to Matt. Is that Matt in the background over there?
Look, I think it's someone else.
Yeah. Matt Airy was doing basically the same thing as Kelly. Switched to a worm and slowed her down in 2 in a row. That's significant.
Started catching them immediately. Switched to that Texas rig.
I done seen you snatching. I done seen you snatch one time.
Maybe it is.
I believe it is.
Keep an eye on you. You start whacking on them over on the bank.
Nope.
I'm going to the bank.
Matt Herring.
Maybe we'll be able to talk to him in just a moment. I'm working on it, but Stetson Blaylock with 10 pounds or so at least this morning with a limit. That'll put him at that 21-ish mark, which will be top 1 or 2 right now. We're working on getting with him.
That's what I told him. I said, it's like we got high pressure 2 days in a row. Slick, no clouds. Shaping up being another one of them good ones. Now I got 2 bites. Missed both of them. Nope.
Here we go with Kennedy. He's going to be a good keeper.
Help. Number one. Let's see what we got here.
He's catching average size is really nice.
3.5. I'm shaking so bad. It happens quick, I'm telling you. 312. We'll call it a 310. Yeah, give me. There you go. Who's doing bass track? Is it you? Call it a 310.
Gosh almighty. Dang it. Brother, I'm gonna fish all of it.
Obviously, Jake Whitaker. Just a good watch this.
Thank you. 6, 7 probably.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
All right, brother, we're good. Appreciate it.
Ooh, that hurts.
You're gonna have it. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's a good sign.
I'm glad I didn't say this because I was thinking when we saw Jake catch that first fish, a wacky rig is such a good strike to land ratio because you have just a hook, no
hook,
leverage.
big hook,
And I mean, I thought about saying it, but I didn't, and I'm glad I didn't at this point because I would have thought, boy, you jinxed him. But gosh, that just doesn't happen very often on a wacky rig.
Especially out in open water, too. He got it away from the cover and everything.
Gosh, that was a big one.
That hurts in any tournament, but 6 or 7 pounds.
Gosh, that could put you right up there.
You know, we hope he feels his limit, and his smallest one is 3 pounds, so it doesn't hurt him that much. But gosh, if he weighs in 4,
Still got the one about 3.5.
Yeah. But keep in mind, he said yesterday he didn't get a bite until noon. So.
Right. I'd say we're ahead of schedule. Things are firing up here in the last 20 minutes. That is impressive.
You want to think of all the positive things you can to say about losing a 6 or 7 pounder, but unfortunately, there's not a whole lot that you can say.
Funny, the cameraman put in Steve Kennedy's fish as a 312, which gives him the lead by a pound over Mueller.
Wow. Kind of surprised we haven't seen Scott Canterbury yet. You got to assume he's doing what he was doing most of the time yesterday.
There we go, looking at the hummingbird lay of the lake.
He did get some. This was earlier, Scott Canterbury. This is that catch Suchan's talking about.
3.5 pounder.
Stay buttoned up, baby.
Go.
Come on. Come on. That's it.
He had good average size yesterday without a big one, too.
Sure
They have
did.
17 and a half.
No
or
giants
so.
at all.
Just good, solid 3.5 pounders.
Uh-oh. Now, we've seen this pants maneuver before. We saw it yesterday with Drew Cook.
If you weren't watching yesterday, Drew Cook had been fishing for a bedding bass for about 15 minutes and decided to take his bibs off, and he got them halfway down and decided to make one more pitch and caught that fish. So Kelly didn't make a cast while he was taking his off, so He missed out on a great opportunity.
Yeah, he did. He sure let one get away there.
Here we go.
That's it. That's
yesterday.
Here's many people's catch of the day.
Don't you love it? Just take my clothes off. Why don't I?
That is.
I love to fish. I've fished my whole life, but I've never been right in the middle of taking my pants off and thought, I need to make a cast right now.
Oh boy, I need to make a cast.
Did he see something, or what do you think?
I don't
went
know.
through his head there?
I don't know.
Golly, I ain't believing I lost that big one.
Apparently Scott had one come off.
Well, now that you say it, Davey, yeah, maybe if Whitaker did land that 6 to 7 pounder, he might have been almost safe for tomorrow, because that would have doubled the cut line. That was 20th. That would have given him like 9 or 10 pounds, and he would have been doubled 13.
So 20th was how much weight yesterday?
I think it was 12 and change.
12 pounds, 5 ounces. David Mullins and Brett Pruitt are tied for 19th and 20th.
Is what it is.
I say it goes up today.
Get down and out about
25
it.
won't
Keep
make
on
it. I think
fishing.
it'll be.
You never know. We may catch him later.
25 is double plus 6 ounces, so.
Might have been on
I think
the
it'll be
bed or
more like
something in there,
27.
so.
Oh, that much more.
Just gonna retie if I can ever get one.
Robbie Latuso in the top left. I think he related to you that he was fishing docks yesterday, David.
Flipping boat docks.
Yeah.
Said he was concerned about whether those fish would replenish. He was our leader last year after day one.
He was.
And
You okay? It's just a leaf. It's just a pad.
People forget that things weren't quite as gangbusters as the rest of the tournament was last year. The first day was a little bit more. I mean, Robbie Latuso, super standout right there, 25 pounds, but he got a little bit better than that overall. Kelly J this year,
wow,
4 pounds short.
That surprises me. I know the first day was slow last year compared to the way the tournament ended up, and I think it's going to be the same this year, but 322 fish versus 333 fish. A few more anglers this year.
Doesn't look right, does it?
Oh, that's surprising to me.
Yeah. Smaller field last year.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I mean, that's certainly something you need to figure in that. But wow.
It sure doesn't seem right, does it?
It doesn't. Yeah. It doesn't.
20th place last year was 17 and change, and that was 6th or better yesterday. 20th place was 17. Yesterday, to get 17, you were in 6th.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, that's
significant.
And the biggest thing that I noticed, it was 76% of the field caught a limit on day one last year, and only 50% this year. Exactly, 44 of the 88. There will probably be an angler make the top 20 cut, at least one or two that didn't have a limit one of the days. They won't have 10 fish going into the final day.
Oh, I bet you.
Yeah, a couple of people with 9 fish going in, or 8.
Yep. I think that was Keith Combs just down from Scott Canterbury there. They fished around one another all day yesterday.
Well, fishing near to each other is Kelly J. Matt Airy with some good fish in the live well. Kelly's still looking for his first keeper of the day. Started the day with the lead. Now he's in third. 8th year on the Bassmaster Elite Series for Kelly, one of our Alabama anglers. Here we go. Oh, yeah.
Close to the boat. Ooh. Kind of makes for a fire drill when they bite you that close to the boat with a jerk bait. Come here, heifer. And one. Well, we ain't gonna zero. Nice. Took a nice one. You ain't gotta leave. Number one. It's probably what, a 3-pounder? That's it.
Another shot that you talk about a fire. Kelly was a victim of one of those fire drills last year.
I just thought about that.
Yeah. We followed him to the hospital to get a bunch of jerk bait hooks out.
Yeah, we've all had good hooks in our hands from time to time, but that was a real bad one last year. Had to go to the hospital.
Where was that?
Gunnersville.
Gunnersville, that's right. That's right.
So I mean, you just have to keep fishing. I mean, it's a grind. It ain't easy. Hank Cherry and several people looked at it and said, "Man, we can't. You got to go to the hospital on this one."
And Hank Cherry should know he's had a few of those incidents too.
And while you go to the hospital, can I use your jerk bait? And I'll hold the spot. I'll keep it warm while you're gone.
Yeah. So it doesn't hurt anybody else.
It still looks brand new. They got the logo and their weight size stamped on it. See, I was just fishing around for a 1/4 ounce weight, and you know how close to a 1/4 ounce to a 5/16 is. And the nice thing about it being stamped on the weight is I know for a fact I just grabbed the 1/4. I don't know how many times I go fishing through old boxes of tungsten that I used to have, and I wasn't organized like this without this coffin and these cartridges to put them in, but it was makes my job a lot easier, more efficient, and I think that's key, is being efficient. Don't have to fumble around, grab a weight, look at it. I think that's smaller.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a type of weight box that.
I guess I need to say that whole spiel again when we're live, huh?
We got it, Matt.
We heard you.
I got to confess, we look at a Canterbury, Whitaker, Airy, their voices sound so alike. Airy talks a little bit faster. Whitaker talks a little bit faster than Canterbury, but they all have the same tone. Listen to them, because I've probably made a couple of mistakes in identification already.
I did earlier.
I got ones. All I got. It's about a 3-pounder.
So is that because Canterbury and Airy are roommates? They're starting to sound alike, and then Airy and
like
Whitaker live in the same state, and so they got that same dialect.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, I know. And dang cold nights just kill it. Whoop. I don't know. No, not at all.
Again, Canterbury, one good one in the boat. We saw that. 3.5. He'll get his today. He can just about bet on that.
Yes. Yeah, you see that sun getting up in the sky a little bit. Things was going to pick up. For Jake Whitaker, he got a better start than yesterday. That 3.5, maybe even closer to 4 pounds, right there, and then lost this one.
6 or 7, he said.
6 or 7 pounder.
I bet it was every bit of that. Man, oh man, things are going a little faster, I got to say, than they were yesterday. And that's good news. And it's kind of expected.
Say we're going to have more fish weighed in today. More than a 21-pound stringer. That was a big string yesterday here by Kelly J. That's the only fish he's caught so far this morning. But he said, hey, I'm only getting 7, 8, maybe 9 bites a day. So better things to come.
One keeper put Kelly J back on top after having fallen out of the lead right there. Steve Kennedy, Paul Mueller, Canterbury, Mark Winlet hanging in there in 5th place. We've got so much more action to come as we barrel toward tomorrow when the fishing is supposed to be at its best for these 3 days. The AFCO Bassmaster Elite on the St. Johns River, taking a break and coming right back.
The AFCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Help us celebrate our 50th Bassmaster Classic, March 6th through the 8th in Guntersville and Birmingham, Alabama. Watch the pros take off at Civitan Park in Lake Guntersville. Then head to the BJCC in Birmingham for the exciting weigh-in shows and huge expo featuring the latest in outdoor and fishing gear. Fun for the whole family with activities, chances to meet Bassmaster pros, and win prizes. Plus, all events are free. Make plans to be at the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook as we commemorate 50 years of the most exciting event in bass fishing. Details at bassmaster.com.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need the Tacoma.
That's how you start the 2019 Bassmaster Elite Series. Woo! Oh God. Yes! That is some meat from Lake Fork, baby. Yeah! Yes! Yeah! Woo! Look at that! You're mine! Yes! Baby, we legit now. Hey! Clock's right. Yeah!
That's the biggest fish I caught all week. How about that for a Lake Lanier spot?
Yes! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Oh, yeah! Yeah! Oh, crap, it's cold. We're getting somewhere now, boys. Get in the boat, baby! Yes! 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 Get up in here! That's what I'm talking about! Woo!
Big bass, big stage, and big dreams. Brandon Cobb reminds us this is his home pond.
Got you! Woo! That's what we're talking about.
Scott Canterbury shoots out the lights.
Oh my gosh! Gotcha! Yes!
Inside the mouth, way down deep.
Oh God, that's pretty exciting.
Giant.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Woo!
That might be a 10-pounder.
Come here. Yes!
That might be the biggest fish I've ever caught.
Yes!
Dude, oh God, that's a giant. Stay on there. Oh my gosh. No, no, no. Yeah. Yes. Giant. Oh my God, it's a 4. It's a 6. Come here. Come here. Thank you, baby. Yeah. Golly. That's a giant. That's a giant.
Boom, shakalaka. Giant bass.
Now we're talking.
That's a bass right there.
Keep catching them like that, we're gonna do fine, just fine.
Yes, sir. That's a stud, dude.
Oh God.
Yeah! How fat is he? Give me a hug. That's a big one.
Yes. I'm out doing Seth's hug from yesterday. Oh my God. Yes. Oh, woo. That's how you make up ground.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah. Let's win this thing on smallmouth. No, you don't. No, you don't. Giant, dude.
That's what you want on day 3.
What a way to end the day.
Yes! Boom! Get you a load of that, Bass Nation.
Yes! Lifelong dream, come on!
Yes! Oh my God!
2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year.
The Bassmaster Elite Series is coming to Lake Chickamauga February 14 through 17. See the pros weigh in at Point Park and Dayton and explore the Outdoors Expo with displays, kids' activities, and more. It's fun for the whole family and all events are free. For details, go to Bassmaster.com.
If you want to know how the best anglers always seem to find fish, stay on fish, and be in the right place at the right time, don't ask them. Just look at the name on the side of their boat. The one that's built 10 million motors, shallow water anchors, and more. No angler's gonna tell you their secrets, but they don't have to, because you already know. Minn Kota, fish for more.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
Son gets it done. Jordan Lee back-to-back domination. Unbelievable.
You're watching the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Bassmaster Live, starting off our year as we did last year, as we have in several years in the past, on the terrific St. Johns River, biggest river in Florida. One of the great bass fisheries on the face of the earth. Here's a topwater shot. First topwater of the day. I believe it belongs to Jake Whitaker. Let's see. I think I heard that right.
Little frog in action.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're going to watch this. We're addicted to this.
Let's make sure that, I think it's Jake, lost a big one.
I'd love for one to blow up on this frog for you guys.
That's Jake Whitaker. Lost a giant on his wacky worm setup a little while ago.
Always thinking of others. He said, I'd love for one to blow up on it for you guys. I mean, he's fishing for $100,000, but he wants us to see one.
Save yourself, Jake. Don't worry.
Buddy.
Go on without us.
If there's anything that's more in his wheelhouse other than a wacky rig, it is a frog. So he's feeling confident right now, probably.
Good to know. Here's that wacky worm fish that came off.
Jeez.
And like you said, David, that just doesn't happen.
It really doesn't. He had him out in open water, and you just, that wacky rig, you just got a hook. And I noticed he's got for a wacky rig, it looked like a big hook. Just does not happen very often.
How about a big fish alert here? Harvey Horn, 6 pounds, 6 ounces across the
yeah, there we go.
Second of the day. He's up to 8 pounds, 10 ounces. Jumped to 13th place.
On him.
Yo.
From 46th to 13th. Go for
There
it.
you go.
I had that in. Just something had the instinct to get him on my fantasy team, and he has proven to make me proud.
Once again, Davey, you're looking like a genius, and nobody expected it.
That's because he has, what's weird is in
Wow.
fantasy fishing, Rapala fantasy fishing, they only let you select 5 anglers, but for some reason, I don't know if it's because Davey's real good friends with the Rapala guys, but I feel like he has 45 slots on his
I've told
team.
you
And he
two.
can just,
I've told you 2 people. I've still got 3 to go, and I do have some
They're on
good
the
friends
same-
with Rapala, but I'm not eligible for the prize either,
They're all
right?
in the same group, too, Ronnie.
I had such good friends with Rapala, I'm not eligible to win $90,000 worth of prizes.
Brian Schmidt with a 4.5 pounder.
Maybe we get to see Brian Schmidt. We haven't seen him this
There
year.
are no wakes, but I'm going to treat it like it is.
So I think this is Paul Mueller going to the area that he caught him
Right,
in
you said
yesterday.
he-
So hopefully we get some good action from Paul here.
The water's clean, man. It is clean in here.
Good look at how low the water is. You see that on those bridge columns?
Oh, boy. It's like a yard deficit right
Yes.
there, isn't it? Yeah.
And I mean, as flat as Lake George is, you take a couple feet off of those
Oh my gosh.
points and big grass flats. Well, they used to be grass flats, now they're just flats. It changes everything. Wow. Do you have him on the Hummingbird Lay of the Lake, the batch? I think I just recognized that dock he ran by, and if that's the dock I think it is, he is quite a ways north.
Oh, okay. Downstream, a good bit from Palatka?
He is the furthest north.
That is
by far. Harvey Horn just caught that 6.6 north of Palatka as well.
Paul Mueller, of course, winner of the second event last year, an ace with the electronics, well known to be, super high on his electronic ability, although he's not getting to use it too much this week.
Here we go. Matt
Matt
Airy
Airy again.
Texas
Coming at me hard. God, he's coming at me hard. Better. He wasn't coming off. 3's a little better. If they get bigger on each bite, then
Is that 3 or 4 for Airy?
I think it's his third.
And they have gotten bigger. Every fish he's caught of the 3 on this Texas rig have gradually gotten a little larger.
Same ditch, just different deal.
It's a little surprising, I must say, that he's fishing very similar to Kelly J, and neither one of them are doing much with the jerkbait this morning, and they were biting this big Texas rig for Matt Airy. Maybe the jerkbait needs a little wind, slick
okay.
calm here this morning.
And then what the funny thing was last year when they were in this area, Airy was catching them on a prop bait. Like he was, doing that. That's when he lost a couple on that. Because remember last year he was getting used to landing them without a net. He had fished his whole career with a net, and he was struggling that first couple days, losing them.
Ronnie mentioned Blaylock. He's on Bass Track. He's got a limit almost 10 pounds. He's jumped from 27th to 6th. Taco Ito, new elite. He's got the biggest bag of the day, almost 11 pounds. Just filled his limit. He's in 9th, climbing from 45th.
Saw Paul Mueller running right there, give you an idea of where he is.
Yeah. That's where I thought he was.
Is it?
Yeah. It's a friend of mine owns that dock that I went to kindergarten with, had not seen him in like 30 years, and in 2014 I went by there because I found out where he owns a restaurant and a big dock and all, and had not seen him since a young child. His dad and my dad were real good friends, and up until we were about 7 or 8 years old, we were best buds. And his family moved to on the St. Johns River out of Florida, and I didn't see him again until just a few years back.
How unlikely that?
Yeah.
It's a small world.
It is.
You have to say.
The dock's like 150 yards long. That's why it's so recognizable. Not many like that. Parallel to the bank, not going out in the river.
Seen a few of those out there. I don't know exactly how they work, but I want to watch Matt and see how he just he's got it bouncing a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah. I'd like to. I'll definitely try to talk to him tonight. It'd be good to hear from him now. Exactly what he's throwing at with that Texas rig off the bank like that.
Tidal river bass, they're just mean. It's the kind of bass I like.
I think it's probably a little bit easier to get one with some shade. And hopefully there's not too much local pressure in here. That's the second boat we've seen, but it's a big area.
See if Paul's plan works out for him. Wait until local time there, 9:15, 9:20 to go. Waited 2 hours to go to his good area where he caught his fish yesterday.
Got a little company in there, it looks like.
It's really flat right here, which I don't like. See that? I just dropped it right on one. That's about right too. It's a little bit deeper.
Well, there we go. One of the huge stories coming into this tournament, a man who was voted the greatest of all time, Rick Clunn, doing something so improbable, winning back-to-back in the sense of 2 visits by the Elite Series to the St. John's, and Rick wins 2 in a row. And Rick, kind of give us your impressions of this time around. Certainly a different place, the St. John's, than it was last year and in 2016.
Well, yeah, it's basically, searching for the grass. Any grass lake we've ever fished in, 30, 40 years. Grass changes every year, and definitely it's done that here, mostly due to that 2017 hurricane. And 2016 and 2019, when I won, I could find it. I haven't found it yet. So I'm fishing, pads right now. That's not the way I caught them, the last 2 years. I caught them in these little tiny dollar pads and then eelgrass. And I just hadn't. I'm 5th day of practice right now.
Well, you told us when you came and talked to us about that victory last year, you said, the one thing I can tell you is it's not going to be the same when we go back there, and that's the way you operate. You just don't count on anything being the same, right?
Well, it rarely is, even day to day. And like I told you back then, often your successes become your worst enemies because you try to duplicate that, and that doesn't often happen. I've been trying to duplicate it by not necessarily the same areas, but to find it in other areas, and I haven't been able to do it so far. I had 3 fish yesterday, first day of the tournament, and that was actually my second best day since I've been here. I had one day where I had 5, but they wouldn't have weighed about 8 pounds. So, but they live here. If you do get on or figure something out, you can change here real quick.
How big a factor is the water levels we find right now, and the changing and the absence of deeper water in a lot of these places?
The tides always play a role, and real low tides, especially a lot of these guys. I'm not doing it. I'm trying to bed fish. If they get real low, the fish don't have any water over their backs, and you can't hardly catch them when they're bedding. So they will play a role with that. I'm going to try a little bit today of actually fishing the tide movement, where you've got a little more current. Maybe try to find some that haven't pulled up yet. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to keep experimenting until something clicks, hopefully. You got to keep telling yourself, no matter how tough it is, especially on this body of water, you're only two bites away from changing the complexion of everything. You just figure them out.
So, Rick, in the 2 previous tournaments you won here, the last 2 visits here, did you have good practices, or did it kind of unfold during the tournament itself for you?
I had decent practices in both cases. I didn't catch a lot of fish where I won it, but I caught a couple of big ones in practice. So I knew the big ones were there. And then you know how it is. You go back in the tournament, that's when you bear down on them, and that's when you really find out what you have or don't have.
Well, things are changing, to be sure, Rick. The weather is different. We're getting more sunshine, radiation, maybe not quite as much high pressure. That'll be tapering off a little bit. Things change rapidly, but how big a difference is it going to be tomorrow versus today? How much closer are these fish going to be to a place where you can get at them? You can catch the big ones.
Well, I've got to catch about a 25-pound bag to even see tomorrow. Yeah, I think you're getting tomorrow. Those guys that do fish are getting further away from the effects of a typical post-cold front effect. So I think they'll bite progressively better tomorrow. And for those guys who are on them, bed fishing, it don't really make a whole lot of difference, except it might give them a little bit more water over their fish. So I'm going to just, I've got to keep trying different things until I get on something that works, and hopefully it's before I weigh in.
Well, Rick, thank you for allowing us to intrude for just a little bit here. That's all great information. We certainly love it. Thanks again for all the thrills you've given us from the St. John's River, and we'll be watching you. We'll see you come weigh in time. The great Rick Clunn out there today.
I'm upset at you.
What's that?
I'm upset at you. Normally when you call me, I catch one.
We've let you down again, Rick. Won't be the first time.
That's good stuff. How this sport has progressed, to be able to talk to Rick Clunn while he's competing in an event. And we're sitting in Little Rock, Arkansas.
That is just absolutely unreal to get an opportunity like that. And there's the weights for Rick last year. Not an auspicious start compared to the people at the top, but boy, turned it around on day 2. And
23rd place after day 1 last year. That's incredible.
Ronnie and I tallied it up. This is his 17th event with bass on the St. Johns River.
Wow.
17th.
What is it, fifth most visited fishery for the Bassmasters?
It's up there. It's in the top 5 for sure.
Let's get quickly out to Kelly J. Yeah, one in the boat.
There we
right
go.
There. That happened fast. So Kelly J.
What's that?
Getting back on his horse here for sure.
Nice.
Okay, this was moments ago with Paul Mueller.
Boy, it didn't take him long once he got in his best area. Here we go. Did not take him long.
He ate it. You can see the bite too. It's pretty awesome. Just a little male, but I think we're gonna start cooking here soon.
That's what we like to hear. I think we're going to start cooking soon. We like cooking on Bass Live.
Paul got to this spot and he said, "Gosh, it looks flat. I don't like that." Kind of what is he?
I think he was
getting at there?
Just that little stretch of bank that he was on was a little flatter than some of the other stretches.
And the contour was flat.
Yes.
Okay.
That's usually how it is too. Them little
Steve Kennedy hooked up. Things are cooking.
This is probably the buck that was with that female yesterday. I caught a 5.5 pounder in the exact same spot yesterday. Yeah, this is more like what I was expecting to catch a limit of. 2 pounder. Whew. Awesome. That gives me hope that some of these other fish are still sitting there. There may be another one. A couple of places. It says 210, so call it a 2.8. Let's put him on your side. Give me some of that.
Steve Kennedy.
That may be enough fish.
Swimming a jig in some pads.
No.
Different color, but very similar. Exactly what Paul
did I
Mueller's
get you?
doing.
I'm sorry.
Definitely picking up.
Perfect. I'll take those kind all day. Call my shots.
Ronnie, you know if Jake Whitaker was in this canal most of the day yesterday?
From that afternoon period on.
From when he started catching them
when he moved in there around that 11:30 to noon time period until 4. You know, he's about 15-20 minutes from the takeoff, and he checked in at 4:20, so I'd imagine he stayed here for 4 hours at least.
Well, you're saying it was happening. Mike Huff with a 3-pounder. Brandon Cobb caught one Carl Jacobson, a 2.5 pounder. Jamie Hartman with a 4 pounder. It's all come in the last
Definitely
10
picking
minutes.
up.
Oh my God.
Oh, God.
I hate to laugh when somebody misses one. It's not a laughing matter, but
Dude, it hit the water and he took off with it. I blew it out. Dang it. I mean, he hit it almost as soon as it touched the water. That is the perfect spot. Look at that. Look how deep it is. Holy smokes. I did not get a bite there. I don't even remember seeing it yesterday.
It was great talking to Rick Clunn. He just told us so many interesting things in the wake of that when we talked to him last year. He said, you know,
it's 2 pounders.
It was anti-pattern fishing. He said that's what's worked for him there. Get where you think they are. Don't try to duplicate it anywhere else. Just stay in that area. Don't leave.
Man, that's a good looking spot.
I think that has changed through the years because it's hard to run patterns. The field of fishermen are so good that when you go try to fish, duplicate an area, there's an angler sitting there.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't just have the run of the lake, so to speak, because other guys are going to figure that out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The field is so good that if there's a good pattern working, you're certainly not the only one that's figured it out.
You can't count on a lot of clueless folks out there in this day and age, no.
No.
Well, yesterday was all about these anglers being punished by the conditions. They're getting to deal out a little punishment today. Getting a little bit of revenge, certain anglers, among those that we are watching today, and it has been fun to watch. Offshore action, in the pads, in the boat docks, in the canals. It's always been kind of a pick your poison place, and now the guys are getting some of their efforts paying off.
We saw it be very slow yesterday morning, but it picked up as the day progressed. I think it's going to do the exact same thing today. Here you see Paul Mueller just went to the area that he caught 20 pounds in yesterday. Kelly J said, I'm not getting 20 or 30 bites a day, 7 to 9 bites, and he's got 2 in the live well, I think at this point, doesn't he? Right?
Yes, yeah.
Yep. So he's certainly got all afternoon to catch 3, and I'm sure he will.
Yeah, the size is moving in the right direction for him as well. Yet right now he's got a small, tiny deficit to Steve Kennedy. Steve Kennedy certainly seems to be excited by what he's seeing out there and what he's doing. So we'll be on him plenty through the next hour. As we get going, we got about 1 hour left to go in our Bassmaster live presentation for the morning session, and then of course all afternoon. So we got them coming for you, and we'll take a break and come right back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is being brought to you live by Yamaha. Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
In the wild, nature dictates that when it's time to eat, animals will instinctively find and devour the meal that satisfies them most. In the water, Berkeley Powerbait's scientifically proven formula triggers the natural predatory instinct in bass. Now available in a plethora of shapes, sizes, and colors. Berkeley Power Bait. Fish bite and won't let go.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new Tour Grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
While I travel the country on the Bassmaster Elite Series, I simply can't let the weather be the reason I don't win $100,000. That's why I use AFCO clothing to keep me warm, dry, and protected from whatever Mother Nature wants to throw at me. My season depends on it. My career depends on it. AFCO, any fish, any water.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia, for life.
From the very first time, it's never stopped. It's always been there. To win. Dream big. And win on the biggest stage.
For over 70 years and 18 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And right now through March 31st, you can buy Save Fish with rebates of up to $1,500 on the all-new FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the new FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX190 and ZX250. Hurry! Buy Save Fish ends March 31st. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com to see why now is the best time to buy the Skeeter of your dreams.
I can vividly remember back when I was a kid and, searching for information. And it was so much work and it was such a struggle to get that knowledge, to get that information.
We talked about the equipment, we talked about the bait, we talked about how to pick it apart.
It's highly detailed, specific information from A to Z to help you learn, get to the water, and become a better angler quickly. That's what the Bass University is all about.
You're watching the AFCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Here we go. Got about another hour for you in our morning session of Bassmaster Live. Good Sunday morning to everybody who's been able to join us today in this weather-shortened event right here. 3 days of fishing, and we're getting close to the halfway point in day number 2. Steve Kennedy, the man on top of the leaderboard. Kelly J started out with the lead today. He's just slightly back. It's a margin of error. It's a rounding error, basically, the difference between those two. Paul Mueller had a great day yesterday. Ditto for our Angler of the Year from last year, 2019, Scott Canterbury. And you see the second place finisher in Angler of the Year, Stetson Blaylock from 2019, moving right in there in the top 5 right behind Scott Canterbury. So great to have you. Welcome to the studio here. I don't think we've giving you a peek inside this place because all the action's been out on the water, but great to welcome the Hall of Famer Davey Hyde. Of course, we have Ronnie and Such, Ronnie Moore, Mike Such-Sukon, and Ron. Obviously, something's about to happen because you are standing at the screen of knowledge.
It's the screen of knowledge today, guys, because we're going to talk Rapala Fantasy Fishing, and it's not going to be with my team or Such's team, not to throw any dirt on our teams, but they're not at the top of the leaderboard like other people are. So when it comes to Rapala Fantasy Fishing, it's a lot. Everything changes after day one. Like, my team is struggling because Hunter Schrock didn't catch one yesterday, so not only did he get 0 AOI points, he got 0 fantasy fishing points. As soon as you register a fish at the weigh-in today, that jumps up a another 100 or 200 points helps a lot of guys out. Lester and Shryock, those two guys really hurt people. But for the team, the guy who's leading, or the person, I'm not going to assume it's a guy or girl based on the username, the person with the highest ranking after the first day of competition, it is Tobolowski with 1,377 points, and they had Scott Canterbury, John Cruz, Clark Winlet, Steve Kennedy, and Buddy Gross.
Wow.
Well, being that 4 of those are on camera today, and their worst person is 12th place, that is why they have the best fantasy fishing team so far. And if you look at those percentages, they've got mixed in. We talked about the highest ranking guys or the highest owned guys in fantasy fishing, and for Buddy Gross and Steve Kennedy, those are 2 of the highest, 43% and 30% for Steve Kennedy and Buddy Gross. That's the highest, 2 of the 3 highest percentages in fantasy fishing. And then you got John Cruz, a solid 12%. He obviously did well here last year. And then Canterbury with 4% and Winlet with 8%. That's a good little mixture there of some veterans that did well here last year that were lowly owned.
Yeah, that really surprised me. Scott Canterbury, coming off winning Angler of the Year last year, had a good event here last year, only 4%.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of room, though. That's the bad thing, though. But, I mean, they can't grow too much. This team can't get much better than it is right now. But there are bonuses out there for big fish of the day, big fish of the tournament, things like that. If all 5 of these people make the top 20, no matter if they're leading at the end of this event or not, this will be a great fantasy fishing team to start your year, especially with the way the shortened event's been. So I envy your team, Tobolowski. 1,377 points. I think I'm at like 900 because I have a 0 on there. So we'll see. They're obviously definitely punching Ronnie Moore's team in the mouth right now.
Tobolowski. You know, I said watch out for that guy.
Yeah.
I always say that.
Hey,
Watch
you know
out
what?
for Tobolowski.
I heard through the grapevine during the commercial break that Tobolowski was on Davey Heights' fantasy fishing team, so I guess Davey gets the
I picked
perks of
Tobolowski
that.
to win fantasy fishing
Oh,
yesterday.
did
Yeah.
you?
But he or she is pretty strong. That's the way you got it. That's the way you got to look
around
at it.
here.
So has Brandon Lesser caught one yet, Ronnie? I know you're keeping track of that.
Well, and
you had Hunter.
I had Hunter.
Has he
One
caught
thing with
one?
those guys, I don't think Shryock had a Marshall today. I can look to check, but it'll be worth noting if they do. Right now, there's 4 guys, or
None of them have had a ping. Lester, Shryock.
3 of the 4 guys that blanked yesterday still have 0. But Lester and Shryock have not pinged on Bass Track, which means they might not have a Marshall today.
Brandon Cobb's catching a few.
But Quentin Capo, he's 0'd yesterday, but he's jumped up to 74th with 4 fish this morning. So he's, had a quick start to it after a tough day 1.
Well, you say that Canterbury wasn't picked very much, but the group he's in, it's the Johnstons and Klon and Livesey, Menendez, Prince, Zaldane. I mean, it's a Group A. It's
John Cox as well has gobbled up 30% in that bucket.
He only caught 1 fish yesterday. That's surprising.
It was
the right
it was
size.
a big one, but man, yeah.
Your leader on the right there, Steve Kennedy. 2 good fish today.
And Kennedy, I don't remember how he did last year at St. John's. He's such a high pick. You remember, Tommy?
I don't. I think I'll get.
I don't remember him being fishing on Sunday, but he must have had
conversation.
Good looking spot.
59th. Again, it was the group he was in. He stood out.
Well, that wind's picking up where he's at.
You never stop thinking about losing a big one, Davey. But
It's 2 for sure.
as soon as Whitaker
Maybe
catches the
3.
second one, it's going to be
Have
a
a limit.
lot easier than living with that.
Could have had a limit.
In so many things, time is a wonderful healer. Another bass is a wonderful healer in this situation when you lose a 7-pounder.
And he doesn't know it, but still that 1 fish would have him in the lead. Like, because he'd have 2 for 9 or 10 pounds. He'd be in the lead.
Should we ask him if he has thought about that? See if we can talk to him live. That would be so cruel. Talking about the Paul Mueller mentioned about the flatter. It's flat right here. You see how those pads come farther off the bank? That's
because they're only going to grow so high.
Small, yes.
Yeah. Get ready for some live watch right now. Some pretty pertinent live watch. There he is right now. We've been talking about him, Stetson Blaylock. Been spending a lot of time with the winner of AOY last year. Let's spend some time with the runner-up, a fantastic 2019. And boy, this start to 20 is getting a lot better, isn't it, Stetson?
Yeah, this it's been pretty slow here, but this morning started off quick. I've got 5 in the box, and I lost a good one, but I've caught a good one since. So, it feels really good to have a limit by, I say, 9:30. Just being able to be on pace to have another solid finish.
Stetson, you had a solid day yesterday, but I think I remember seeing you on weigh-in stage say you lost several fish yesterday. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, I just, I've been running this riprap and catching them on a square bill. And I just decided to pick up the old wacky rig like I caught them on last spring. And, man, three casts in a row, I lost 3. And it was just, I guess it's because it's the first time all year that I've thrown it. And I just really wasn't, I don't know what it was. I had one pull off, one broke my line on a rock, and it just one of those things. But this morning so far, trying to turn it around and maybe get a little bit better bag, hopefully.
Things are changing. Obviously, conditions are changing in a favorable way for anglers this morning. Are they changing fast enough for your liking, Stetson? Are you wanting things to heat up a little bit quicker?
No, I think it's been a little bit better for me as far as the bite goes. I don't know if what I'm doing, I've kind of committed to this area, and I don't know if it's the right area to catch a 20-pound bag. I think 15, 16 pounds is doable, but I think it's going to be really hard to catch that 20, 22-pound bag. But after practice, I kind of wanted to make sure that I get out of here with a solid tournament instead of, trying to just totally go for broke. But if I could get a couple more good ones, I might make an adjustment and try to go catch me a big fish somewhere.
Stetson, tell us a little bit more about that, because I think a lot of the people watching, tournament fishermen, don't think about some tournaments you just survive or you try to come out with a solid finish. You can't. Yeah, sure, you want to win every event, but after 3 days of practice, you kind of have to know if you've got, like NASCAR guys would say, you got a third place car, and if you can finish top 3, you're doing great. You just know whether you've got it going to have a chance to win or not, don't you?
Well, most of the time, it's the story of Winyah Bay last year. I was just trying to survive that tournament and kind of did the same thing I've done here and just pick an area, and was able to win that event off of not having a whole lot. But here, I know here you've got to be where those big ones are moving to. And for me this week, I just never could figure out and get comfortable with where those fish were going and where they were headed with all this dropping water and cold water and, these cold nights. So I just wanted to kind of get in an area that I knew I could get some bites, and mainly just start off with a limit, and was able to do that and catch a couple decent ones just to kind of hang in there. But I think for me, more times than not, when I come to Florida, if they're not really up there, if there's not a lot of grass, and there's not that much grass here this year, it's really hard to find those key areas where you can catch those big ones coming in to spawn. So, after practice, I kind of just decided that for me, this is a survive and move on kind of tournament. And so far, it's worked out good. I just need to get a couple more good bites today, and we'll be sitting nice.
Stetson, we talked about your great season last year in 2019. This was actually your second toughest tournament. So did you do a lot of rethinking of the game plan for the St. John's this year? Did you say, I'm just going to throw out my old Florida game book and try something completely different? Or are you sort of gaining on what did work for you last year, although not really that well?
Well, I think last year there was a lot more fish spawning, and what's crazy is that's one of my favorite things to do is bed fish. But I really didn't get it going last year. I was around all those big ones that got caught off beds. I watched several of them get caught. I just couldn't get it going. But this year there wasn't really any of that going on that I could tell, not very much. And, you know, my Florida playbook involves riprap a lot when there's riprap to be fished. And I've had some really good tournaments in the state of Florida doing off-the-wall things like this. And, you know, if I could just connect with a couple big ones, I mean, I could catch a big stringer doing this. It's not out of the question, that's for sure.
You got a lot of fans out there, Stetson, and of course they're all going to be dealing with post-front situations at some point or another during the year. What's the number one post-front fishing rule that you have?
For me, it's not get caught up in all the changes. You know, you got to pay attention to what's changing and kind of move with those changes, but don't let that dictate how you fish the whole tournament. Meaning, don't lose confidence in what you're doing. And pick an area that's conducive to falling water or whatever you see those conditions are going to be doing, whether it be falling water or cold water. Pick an area where you can get in there and be effective. You know, don't try to waste your time in 6 inches of water looking for bedfish when there's not that many to be had and you have cold front. So it's just stay confident. Pick something you can stay confident in and roll with it.
What is it about riprap that gives you confidence?
It's just those fish can move in and out and up and down really easy. You know, with this falling water, they can just scoot out. As it warms up, they can just scoot right back up there. We've got these pretty little patches of pads that are right on the edge, and they're scattered down through here. So it just makes it a good ambush point for those fish to move in and out with the weather. And I think they're just moving up and down this. I mean, I've already made a couple passes and I've gotten bit on each pass. So I think there's new fish moving up and down. So it's working out pretty good.
Stetson, thanks so much for your time today. We will keep an eye on Stetson Blaylock there and doing very well, turning his fortunes around in a big way. And didn't have a bad start though, for sure. But really getting the job done today.
Absolutely, mission accomplished already for him. I think he said he wanted to get out of here with a solid finish. Take that limit to the scales today, and he's going to be solid.
Yep.
No doubt.
Solidly close to fishing tomorrow already, probably.
Let's take a look at something we've caught Matt Airy with some good fish on the line so far this morning. This was just moments ago.
Boy, they are locking that Texas rig today.
A fish Paul Mueller caught while we were talking to Stetson. 2-pounder put him back in the lead by 2 ounces over Kennedy.
Not big. That little one by himself. Of course, ain't nothing big. One in cards back there, I know. Card.
Since Ronnie has kind of second guessed me on when I picked my fantasy team, I do have video of about 3 or 4 days before this tournament started saying,
if I lip him,
watch out for somebody that goes north this year. I guess I need to put everything in video for Ronnie.
Yeah.
I saw
that. It's a good idea because the past can be so unpredictable.
Yes, yes, it can.
And while we were talking to Stetson, I was going to ask, when do you think he's going to win an AOI? He's the kind of guy with the versatility and the smarts to take that title, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You know, people didn't know about Stetson Blaylock nearly as much on the Elite Series. We knew about him at FLW, but his first 2 years on the Elites were a little tough, probably mid-pack finishes, you know, just out of AOI, like 55th. You know, he wouldn't make the AOI championship and stuff. So last year shouldn't be a shock to people, though, because prior he had 2 second-place finishes in Angler of the Year at FLW. So in his 10-year pro career, he's had 3 second-place finishes in Angler of the Year.
Wow.
Oh, what a career changer would be, or just for people to know your name everywhere and not just most fishing fans if 1 or 2 of those go out a little bit different.
I started to ask him this, but I hate to take up so much of their time. They're nice enough to talk to us as long as they do, and it's distracting a little bit. But I noticed a few new logos on his jersey there, and you know, second place AOI on the Bassmaster Tournament Trail isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know, you can.
No, I think people remember second AOY more than they do second in the Classic.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, obviously first is better than second, but you've seen a spike, I think, in his career after last year.
Hey, guess who we got on the line? The one and only Mark Zona, who is joining in right now. And Z, we watch things turn around a good bit. We're seeing these guys get a little bit of revenge from yesterday. What's standing out for you?
Well, number one, Tommy, I want to thank Davey Height for not blowing my cover. I am Tobolski. I know.
You said we were going to keep that between us, Z.
So obviously you're a guy, number one.
That was a scolded joke. But I'll tell you, what's interesting is and Tommy, I thought about this, especially when I got onto our coverage this morning. Mm-hmm. Has any of our events, has anybody really pushed for a victory fishing in these man-made canals? And obviously, of all the events that we've had there, there's been a lot more vegetation from the tournaments that Davey did well on to Rick Clunn's back-to-back wins. The only time I could remember where a man-made canal did not fizzle out, because generally every time that we've covered an event there, you'd see a bag or two caught out of those man-made canals. The only person I can remember that almost won was Greg Hackney,
sure.
The first time that Rick Clunn won.
Right. That's a great point.
Every other time, those canals would peter out, and you'd see, but again, it was because there was a lot more vegetation. I think the one thing that's been, and I'm going to go back to practice, Davey and I were talking throughout practice, is I received a photo from Kelly J. I want to say it was Tuesday afternoon, where he had a 7 or 8 pounder that had his jerkbait T-boned, and he said they're coming by numbers to me now. And I literally texted Davey right when Kelly J sent me that text, and obviously he knew that he was in a really good situation like he was last year. And by the way, guys, we don't get those texts very often.
Thanks, Z, for passing that on. I appreciate it. My fantasy team would have loved that. I appreciate that.
Well, Z, speaking of the canal, Z, if you're Jake Whitaker and you lose a 6 or 7 pounder right there, and it's otherwise kind of slow, do you stay with what you're doing, or do you expect that place to certainly be checked off your list before too much time has passed?
Well, I think, I hate to say it, but it reminded me of the big one he lost on the exact same bait on Hartwell last year from when we were doing live. Mm-hmm. I believe that, and Ronnie would know that better than I do, but, he's still ahead of yesterday. I think he said, I didn't have a fish till, 11 or noon yesterday. This entire system got better yesterday afternoon when the water temps kind of accelerated. You really started to watch Bass Track started to pop a lot more after your guys' midday break. Look, I'm going to say this again, and I believe this sincerely. There is a 25 to 30 pound stringer that's coming today or tomorrow. No doubt. These conditions are too good, trending upward off of the cold front.
We got Whitaker hooked up right now. Z, let's hold for a second and watch this play out here. It's got his interest. I'll tell you that.
Stand by, Z.
Dear Lord, help me.
Well, he's begging for divine intervention here, so you know it's a good one.
Suits called for it yesterday.
Come on, baby doll.
Still haven't quite seen it, have you?
Not yet.
Come on, baby doll.
You got to think it's a good one.
You don't call little ones baby doll.
No. That's right.
I'll pray.
That opens a whole bad can of worms.
It does.
Get out from under the boat.
I mean,
Get out of there.
It's not 12-incher, but it might be 8 or it might be 3.
Come here.
And on wacky rigs in Florida, it's not like they're using 12, 14-pound tail. They're still using that 8-pound, maybe 10-pound at most. That's why they're probably babying these fish when we see these wacky rig guys.
Lord of mercy, these things are mean.
It's over 3.5 because his breathing is up from that 3.5 pounder.
Just quit. Just quit. Wore out. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Got her. Yes! Yes, baby. That's what I'm freaking talking about. Sassy stick, choked, baby. Gosh, yes. Heck yes. Jim. Wacky worm. Springtime. Gosh, yes. That's a big one. That's what we needed right there. Gosh, I love it. Oh my gosh, that's so fun and so nerve-wracking at the same time. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus.
All right, Z, I don't know if you're where you could see that one, but that one was worth waiting for, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. Boy, you could tell that he's in a canal that obviously has the quality, and the one thing that was interesting, he made the comment early this morning that he felt that there was a lot more that are going to be coming. This could be the first time that we've seen one of these events won in a canal.
Well, like you say, with the lack of vegetation, and the other factors that make the canal sort of fall in comparison to the rest of the spots, you may be onto something right there. Z, anything else you've noticed today?
Am I out of line to ask you guys a favor?
No.
Is there any chance, and I do this a little bit for my own humor, that we can do an AFCO Taste the Bait and have Steve Kennedy show us the exact jig and trailer that he's using this event?
It may take a little work, Z, but you know we're going to try.
It would be a present. It would be a present to me, Tommy Sanders, because I know that he would not do it for us.
So thankful to have you here with us, Z. We got to catch a break right now. We're thinking of you, and man, oh man, we look forward to talking to you tomorrow or today if you get another shot. We're all going to be watching, though.
I'll jump in, guys. Great footage today.
Good stuff from Z. Good stuff out on the water on the St. Johns River here, and man, oh man, a little touch of redemption there for Jake Whitaker.
He is shaking.
What's the best way to rebound from losing a 6 or 7? Probably catching a 6 or 7. I mean, that's.
I was going to say, he should stay in there.
Yeah, we were just talking about
5-12 behind the leader, Paul Mueller, before this fish.
Maybe a little bigger. I don't know. It's a good one.
What did he say, 5.5 or 6?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, right.
You can always add a pound and a half to his Bass Track minimum for his total at least.
So this is great, and to feel the emotions and the excitement that he's experiencing there. Oh, I did get a little nervous there when he grabbed his line. Ooh, light line.
Man.
Yeah, that's a solid 5.5, no doubt. Like plus a pound, pound and a half.
Now that was a catch that was fraught with danger, but we got to check out this one. I mean, this was a year ago. This is the anniversary of the catch viewed around the world. Lee Livesey.
Might be a problem.
2, I
Come on, Lee. You got to get it. Come on, Lee.
And this is the greatest part. The hook came out of his mouth right at the moment he put his hands on it.
I used my own rod to get my line. The hook fell out of her mouth.
As our friend Z pointed out, never in the world has there been a more compliant bass to just sit there and hang motionless while we do some crazy acrobatics to get their hands on it.
That bass wanted to be on TV on Bass Live.
Oh, man, good stuff from the St. John's. We expect it to continue all the way to weigh-in time. That, as a matter of fact, in Eastern Time terms, is 3 p.m. this afternoon. Another good crowd expected on hand. They are very anxious to see some bigger fish come across the stage. From what we've seen so far, I think that's not unrealistic to expect that. It's going to be good.
Absolutely. Going to be a great weigh-in today, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be exciting. We saw 9.2, 8.12, and several other really nice fish, but we're going to see a double-digit fish today or tomorrow, hopefully both.
We may be actually seeing some anglers weighing fish this afternoon and culling fish this afternoon. That would be a change as well. Oh, man, oh, man. Unpredictable.
Jake Cole won a little too soon, or he would have a phenomenal lead right now.
Oh, my Lord, he would be running away from the rest of them. What's going to happen next? We're going to take our quick break and be right back.
The ATCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories, fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia, for life.
Amazing. Nothing better.
It flat out allows me to catch more fish. Power steering and spot lock have revolutionized what we're doing on the lake now.
Faster response times when steering.
A spot lock, man, it's second to none.
Game changer.
A game changer. Game changer.
In the wild, nature dictates that when it's time to eat, animals will instinctively find and devour the meal that satisfies them most. In the water, Berkeley Powerbait's scientifically proven formula triggers the natural predatory instinct in bass. Now available in a plethora of shapes, sizes, and colors. Berkeley Powerbait. Fish bite and won't let go.
If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
Son gets it done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination, unbelievable.
The season is starting and it's time for you to bring it. Pit your knowledge against friends and fans everywhere in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. It's free and it starts by signing up. Then pick your 5-angler team for each event. Grand prize winner gets a Bass Pro Shop shopping spree, cash, and Rapala prize pack. Plus new opportunities including $4,000 worth of prizes for each individual event winner. Plus another $500 if you're a Bass member. Total value for the season is $90,000. Sign up today and start bringing it at BassmasterFantasy.com.
Blue Water by TH Marine, offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by T.H. Marine.
If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new Tour Grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
For over 70 years and 18 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And right now through March 31st, you can buy Save Fish with rebates of up to $1,500 on the all-new FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the new FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX190 and ZX250. Hurry! Buy Save Fish ends March 31st. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com to see why now is the best time to buy the Skeeter of your dreams.
I can vividly remember back when I was a kid and, searching for information. And it was so much work and it was such a struggle to get that knowledge, to get that information.
We talked about the equipment, we talked about the bait, we talked about how to pick it apart.
It's highly detailed, specific information from A to Z to help you learn, get to the water, and become a better angler quickly. That's what the Bass University is all about.
You're watching the AFCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Oh man, just keeps getting better and better. What a great morning we have had on the St. John's River after a tough day. Admittedly, a tough day where these guys were getting punished in the wake of big weather coming through and a lot of wind, which actually postponed the tournament by 2 days. We're getting near the midway point in day number 2, and that's midway point in this tournament right now. Half over already. They go by so very fast, and we do not have any clear-cut runaway leader, that is for sure, but we got a lot of guys who are putting themselves in position to threaten. Tomorrow we'll have it for you. It's supposed to be the best fishing day of all, and it starts just like today at 7:30 Eastern Time. The first session, 11 o'clock for the second session. We'll take you all the way to 2 p.m. tomorrow, the weigh-in just a little bit earlier. Stay with us on that. We'll fill you in on exactly if you're going to record it. Just plan to watch it. We'll tell you how it works.
Hey, it's Championship Monday. While you're at work, you need to plan on watching us. There's nothing better to do at work than watch Bass Live.
Yeah, I didn't like Mondays till now. That's what you'll say. Humminbird Lay of the Lake, 200 miles of the St. John's River. With St. John's River, we just crossed over giant Lake George there. A lot of places in between there in Mid-Lake that have played very much in years past. It's a little bit different this time around, but you can see how our field of 88, the Rockin' 88, we'll call them, the anglers who were still fishing on day number 2. And that's the full field. And tomorrow we'll cut it down to 20 of them. See where they wind up.
Boy, you look at the Humminbird Lay of the Lake there. Rick Clunn, a long way from where he won last year here. He told us when we were talking to him live just about an hour ago, I guess, that he was practicing, just trying to find. He had not
really couldn't find the grass
area
combination he was looking for. He thought that would be a key to it right now.
Paul Mueller, farther north than anyone.
Also got a camera with John Cruz. Had such a great tournament here last year. This is moments ago.
Cruz with a Tokyo rig. He told us earlier this morning, you see right there, that's what he caught that fish on.
We talk about it again, but he's a 2. He's number 2. He's a touch bigger, maybe 14 inches or so. Put him in there with his friend.
Back to John Cruz live.
All right.
John with the big fish last year, an 11 plus.
we're out here still grinding away at it. You know, you try to run around and grind it out, you know, just to jump around and hit a bunch of different type of places. Or you can just go to an area you think has some fish and, you know, just milk it. That's more of what I'm being inclined to do today. Just area I know has some fish and just take my time, not get in too big of a hurry. Fish something until I'm tired of looking at it, then go hit another section, another area. Just wait for one to tap onto my worm. A few boats fishing around in here. One guy was in here, just left. There was a different guy who was started in here as well. I don't have any idea if I mean, Jake had him a good day yesterday. He started in here, but I don't know. He doesn't seem to be in here anymore, so I don't know if it means he caught one or two of his fish or didn't catch anything in here. But I caught both of my better fish in this area yesterday. And I'm gonna give them every opportunity to see my bait and put it in front of one. Hopefully they'll get another limit and have a couple decent ones to go with it.
There's the aforementioned Jake Whitaker, right above, in the box above, John Cruz. We're watching right there.
They're not in the same canals, are they? Ronnie Suits? Do you know?
Say that again?
Cruz and Whitaker in the same canal?
Cruz said that they started in the same yesterday, but they're not now. No,
Okay.
They must be not far from, but not the same.
That rig that John was talking about, a little better look at it right there. Enhanced drop shot, kind of the way you described it, David?
Yeah, I guess the best way I could describe it is because and I say that because your weight is below your bait.
Mm-hmm.
But with a drop shot, you're tying the hook to the line. It does not have the freedom
Yeah,
of movement
it's kind
like you
of-
do with that swivel. VMC has and they make them with, you know, flipping hooks, offset hooks, all different type hooks. So a lot of different baits, a lot of, you know, from using 6-pound line to 65-pound braid, a lot of different things you can do with it. The vertical fall is very intriguing to the fish. It falls just straight, literally straight down.
How'd you manage to get her on the weed eater?
Works in the neighborhood.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a big one. Thank you. You doing okay today?
A little slice of Florida life on a Sunday.
Yeah, boy, that's
Sunday morning.
A
lawnmower.
7-pounder makes you just
boy.
go on a
Hey, how
beautiful
are you? Look at that
What
dog.
a beautiful day it
What a
is.
great dog. Who's a good girl? She is right there.
Still needs a limit.
An hour ago when he lost that 7-pounder, what's that dog doing in here?
Get that dog out of here. That cat out of here.
Oh, we all know. We've been there and done that. That's why we can laugh about it so much. What a difference a 7-pounder makes.
What's weird to me, it's a good issue to maybe have for Jake, but he hadn't caught a small one. Like, you know, it's not like he's catching like bucks or little ones. Like, it's like just a big, you know, even that 3.5 to 4 could have been a female. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be a small or a bigger male. he's not catching like pounders. You know, you figure you could go in a canal and that's what you would do is get you a limit real quick, but he's just getting quality, it seems.
It's interesting what Zona brought up about seeing the canals just fizzle out in the past. And the vegetation has certainly got something to do with it. And I've thought about this for years. You know, I've fished St. John's a lot of times. I don't think as many of those fish migrate in there off the river and spawn as what some people think. I think those fish, a lot of those fish live in there.
Resident fish.
But we'll see. They would be more likely to migrate in there because lack of a cover on the outside of those canals. But there's, you know, they go in there, there's wood for cover, and there's lots of wood outside those canals. So we'll see how this tournament unfolds and if they hold up better than they ever have.
Well, Brandon Lester's getting well from a 0 yesterday. Just caught a 410. He's about 11.5 pounds up to 39th place from dead last.
That's something.
And Cody Holland is in the same general area as Whitaker and Cruz here, along with Seth Fighter. And Holland has a 6-pounder this morning.
So he's outside of the canal. I wonder if he caught some of his fish outside of it yesterday. Jake. So he's out on the main river now. Really surprised there's not more boats around him when he was in there. There is. It's a very popular area where he's at.
Yeah, and this might be the perfect storm for the canal guys, like Zona, and like you were saying. With it being shortened for one, you don't have to make them last as long. You only need 15 bass out of them, and the lack of vegetation, those docks might congregate them more.
Yep.
Do you think, Davey, a lot of these people have talked about lower water on the St. John's. Do you think some of these canals might have more water based on the wind if it's blowing, you know, if it's been blowing into a canal, it keeps the water in there, or over, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think it's going to fluctuate much more than the river adjacent to it. If you talk about Paul Mueller being 40 miles north of some of the guys that are down Weelacca area, but I don't know if those canals are big enough to really have a difference in level than the river rather.
I'm sure you guys hear that music, and we know what that portends.
Is that the Power Pole
We're rolling
replay of the
up on a
day?
very important part of our show today. Everyone come running. It's time. It's time for you know what.
Series. No.
The Power Pole replay of the day. And certainly we all love labs, but that can't beat it. How about this? Jake Whitaker.
Oh, how do you lose one on a shaky head?
A 6 or 7 pounder there. How do you do that? Well, to be the Power Pole replay of the day, on a positive note, why don't you just catch a 6.5 or 7 pounder that he tried to call a 5.5, but we all know better than that.
So he entered it in there.
Jake Whitaker makes you the
talking about.
Power Pole replay of the day.
Sassy stick, choke, baby. That's what we needed right there.
5 pound.
Gosh, I love it. Oh my gosh, that's so fun.
It's an overgrown 5-pounder
Yes.
for sure.
Yeah.
Man, oh man, he needed that because, I mean, like, gosh, to lose a giant like that right in the middle with a single hook in,
You're right.
That's just bad luck right there.
It is, but good way to get over it.
Man, the best way.
Catch his brother or sister.
You got to give him little props for going after what you hope are 7 and 8 pounders with 8-pound line and all that kind of stuff. TH Marine Weather Watch. Right now, 62 degrees. I think we're way ahead of yesterday's temperature schedule at this point. Has been some wind that kicked up in the last hour. A little bit more of a breeze, a little break up on the water should help some anglers.
Definitely should. And the good part about that TH Marine Weather Watch today is tomorrow's even better.
Oh yeah. Even more of the same coming up tomorrow. Look at that high tomorrow, almost 80 degrees. That's back to pre-fishing or pre-practice levels right there. Low of 58 tonight, that's better. A little bit of cloud. could be good.
That's a great forecast. The low only being 58, partly cloudy. That southeast wind is much better than the northeast. It's all set up to be a fantastic championship Monday.
There'll be some guys supremely disappointed if they fall just outside that 20 angler mark, and that would be one.
Yeah, there's tournaments that I've missed the cut and you're just ready to go home because you never quite figured them out, and it's maybe a tough event. But if you miss the cut by a little bit here tomorrow, you'll be disappointed because you can't go fishing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're going to figure themselves out tomorrow, that's for sure.
Yep.
You got to go 8 hours up to Tennessee to get ready for Chickamauga.
That's right. That's why Chickamauga, again, reminds you next week we got the Chickamauga tournament, and it starts on Friday, not Thursday. We got to move the whole circus up there. We've had of course, it's going to be a little bit more pressed for time since we're going to finish a day late on this one.
Fortunately, they had allowed, put a day in there for travel. That was taken away because of the postponed starting day of this tournament, but at least that was in there. So it would be really difficult.
Paul Mueller hanging on to that lead. He's got 4 little ones, about 5 pounds. Man, if he can find a way to get rid of a couple of those, he'll be looking really, really good to start the championship Monday tomorrow. Again, we'll be coming to you with Bassmaster Live, just as we have the past 2 days.
So you mentioned earlier about Paul Mueller, really good with his electronics, and he likes to fish deep and offshore. And talking to him last night, he said that because it surprised me when he said he was catching swimming a jig. Didn't surprise me that fishing shallow in Florida, but he said he doesn't get to do this very often at home, and really enjoyed just being able to fish the way he fished yesterday. Have a good day.
Not far.
In the boat with Steve Kennedy. Obviously, he's going to let that place rest where he's had a couple of decent bites this morning.
I think he's not far from Crescent Lake.
Hey, what are you doing over there?
Just like all of us, he talks to the other motorists while he's running.
Yeah.
We
Get
all
on
do
your
that.
side of the creek.
Hey, what are you doing over there?
There's some music, Tommy.
Yeah, that means we're about at the end of our first session for Bassmaster Live today. We'll take a noon break in just a little bit here, but man, oh man, we have had some good stuff come our way today.
The first session was better than yesterday, and I'll be willing to bet the second session is going to be better than yesterday. Some big fish to come, no doubt about it.
Conditions getting better. I've seen some more compliant fish. They're getting ready to go. It's inevitable.
Paul Mueller just got to his area where he caught 20 pounds yesterday, just I guess about an hour ago, and he put several fish in the boat, just needs to get some bigger ones. Steve Kennedy with a nice one there, and we saw him miss a nice one when we first got with him this morning on live. Kelly J, yesterday's leader, a little slower for him today.
Started really slow, but the last keeper he had was a good-looking one, and could be a sign of things to come. That place he's sharing with Matt Airy. Matt Airy having a good day as well. John Cruz.
Maybe John Cruz will catch another 11-pounder for us like he did last year.
Well, you say that there's a possibility of a 30-pound bag tomorrow. I kind of tend to agree.
I really think there's a great chance for it tomorrow.
The curve is trending the right way. That's the good news from this morning. We'll take our break and be back in 1 hour with more Bassmaster Live. We got Facebook Live in the meantime.
It's the APCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Yeah, welcome to Bassmaster Live. We hope you are having a great Sunday. I think that seems to be the case here on the St. John's River, this fabulous fishery that sort of defines Florida river fishing, the biggest river in Florida, and we have got 88 of the best, all the anglers, the full field of the Bassmaster Elite Series and the APCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's. Paul Mueller, one of our winners last season, man on top by ounces ahead of Steve Kennedy. Todd Auten has moved back up. He had started near the top, fell out a little bit. Now he has made a move. We'll check into that and so many other issues we've got burning up the front page, as you might say here. But we are on the move, that is for certain. And so are the fish. A little bit more than they were, Davey Hyde, I think.
Yeah, they are on the move because finally we're getting some good weather after having such tough weather the first of the week, postponing those first 2 starting days. But things are trending in the right direction now, no doubt about it. And I'm looking forward to some great fish catches this afternoon on the St. John's River. And I love the way the field is spread out. Paul Mueller has a narrow lead, and he's fishing north of Palatka, and we have Scott Canterbury, which is probably 40-45 miles south of there. So it's a great way to start the season, spreading out in Florida. Normally they fish really, really tight.
We got a little glimpse at our hummingbird lay of the lake, and we got a good glimpse of Scott Canterbury yesterday, pretty much in this same place where he really got the job done. This was earlier today. I believe this is the first fish we saw him catch, David.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. He's in an area that he caught 28, 29 pounds or something like that, I guess, last year in the same area, doing basically the same thing, mixing it up a little bit here with a spinning rod around some boat docks. But in those lily pads where he's caught his better fish, he's been pitching a stick bait with a light Texas rig sinker.
Matt Airy.
Matt Airy,
a running buddy of Scott Canterbury.
Absolutely. Sure. They seem to fish around one another sometimes, but even though they share a lot of information, they go do their own different things. Matt Airy is in Salt Springs and fishing offshore, and we saw him use a little top water jerk bait this morning for the first hour or so, and then he picked up this Texas rig, and man, he has caught every fish since then on this Texas rig. And it's a little surprising, super clear water, fishing off the bank because the water is low, not only in Salt Springs, but throughout the whole fishery. Up on the north part of the river or down south, lower water conditions has put a lot of these fishermen off the bank because these fish are holding off, waiting on that water temperature to rise and also the water level to rise.
This was while we were away with Matt Airy, and looks like still utilizing that Texas rig worm right there. Clark Wentland, currently in 5th place.
Clark, similar to a lot of the other anglers, seems to be in these canals, a lot of boat docks, but he's fishing a little more so than like Jake Whitaker, fishing under these boat docks. Clark Wentland is fishing in these canals, and he seems to be gravitating towards the banks that are not developed and don't have these seawalls, but have the natural wood, the laydowns, and the cypress knees.
We saw Drew Cook doing a good bit of that yesterday. Jake Whitaker spent a lot of time with him today. He was optimistic, said they're going to be coming his way, spending his time in canals as well. And man, oh man, you talk about mixed results.
Yeah, yesterday he got off to a slow start, went south of where he is today. Yesterday morning started plan A, plan B didn't work out. Thank goodness for plan C. Jake Whitaker caught his first fish yesterday around lunchtime. This morning got off to a good early start, one of our first fish on live, and then he had this big one jump off, about a 6 or 7 pounder. We were all brokenhearted. Still don't understand how he lost that fish in the middle of the canal. But the best way to get over losing a 6 pounder is to do just this. About an hour later, Jake Whitaker landed what he calls a 5.5 pounder. Maybe last year it was 5.5 pounds. I think it's more like 6.5 now.
Very, very good way to rebound from a big disappointment. So Jake Whitaker certainly right in the thick of things. Steve Kennedy, everybody's been watching, keeping their eyes on him. Had a great limit yesterday. All sort of normal size fish, no giants, so you don't expect him to fall off so much.
Yeah, you love to catch a big fish like we saw several of those big ones yesterday. A 9 pounder, a 8-12, that sort of thing. But the guys that I think you have to watch out for are the ones that come in with those solid 3.5, 4 pounders and have 5 of them. That's what Steve Kennedy did yesterday. And today, right when we were on him for the first second of live, he missed about a 5 pounder. But he's been able to put a few in the boat since then. Swimming a jig and some shallow vegetation, a little bit of wood mixed in. One of the few anglers that seems to be doing well fishing right up on the bank.
This was while we were away. Steve Kennedy catching his I believe just his third fish of the day. A little bit of a dilemma right there.
I don't know if we should count him yet, but hopefully.
I can't do it.
Oh, he must. Trolling motor's on the bottom. He's trying to get to him.
There
we go. Another solid fish.
Worth the effort, for sure.
His average size
I caught
is
a
great.
mudfish there the pitch before, and catch a bass then. Oh.
Seems to be operating with some confidence here. Paul Mueller, one of two guys who took a left instead of a right out of Palatka. Went and got away from everybody and got it done yesterday. And with small fish so far today, but he's got himself a limit.
Well, one thing he told me is yesterday he waited until mid-morning to go to his best area because he wanted the water temperature to be on the rise. He didn't want to be disappointed and maybe do something different. He had a lot of confidence in the area that was best to him in practice and made the right call yesterday, waiting a little while to get there. Did the same thing this morning, caught 2 or 3 little small fish we saw there earlier when he was fishing new water, trying to expand this pattern. But then you could see the size definitely increased when he got to his best area from yesterday. Paul Mueller swimming a black-blue 3/8 ounce jig.
Here was our leader to start day number 2 here. Kelly J with his jerkbait put himself on top of the field when it was all said and done yesterday.
Yeah, Kelly J had that 9-pound, 2-ounce big mega bass yesterday, and I think the calm winds hurt Kelly J a little bit this morning. The wind has started to pick up, and I think his jerkbait pattern will definitely pick up with a little wind.
There's a good one. His size going in the right direction the last time we checked in with him.
Definitely helps him there, and this is a little after that, maybe while we were away.
Yeah, I believe this was one because I don't remember this one. Boy, I would remember that one, I think.
Yeah, that's why we were away. That should put him back in the lead.
He's got a 3, 3.5, and a 4-pounder. 10.5 today's 31.15 and in the lead. Yes, with 3 fish today.
Kelly J helping his cause with a big one there while we were on our midday break. And let's take a look at our Humminbird lay of the lake and see how all of our anglers lay out. All 88 again fishing today. After today, we take it down to 20, and we got some wide distribution here, not big gangs of them in Lake George like in years past.
Absolutely, Tommy. 2 things that jump out. Wide distribution, and I did not see one of our top 10 anglers in Lake George, and that is a first time ever, I think, on the Bassmaster Elite Series. More often than not, 8 or 9 of the 10 would be in Lake George, but it's good to see this river fish differently. Hopefully the vegetation comes back in Lake George, and there's lots of big fish down there, but it's showcasing how good the river is throughout, seeing these anglers spread out for, oh gosh, between where Scott Canterbury was below Lake George, all the way up, you see we move up on Humminbird Lay of the Lake. Look at how far north of Palatka Paul Mueller is. And he told me he practiced just one day up there just to try to get away from the crowd. You're always looking for something to yourself, and it's very hard to do in the Bassmaster Elite Series because these guys are so good, but it looks like Paul Mueller has done just that. He's got this canal. A few local fishermen in there, but I don't think another tournament angler is anywhere near him.
Closest one to Whit North is Harvey Horn, who's jumped from 46th to 10th.
Go Harvey.
Man, 13.5. Is that your
He's on my
fantasy pick, Davey?
Rapala fantasy team, man. I got to pull for Harvey.
Kelly J back on top, right where he started this day.
See a different picture there. That little breeze that he's got there to break the light penetration will definitely help him. I expect to see Kelly continue to catch. What's he, 3 or 4 fish now? 3 fish?
3 fish.
3 fish,
But
10 and a
pounds,
half.
10.5 pounds. That's
Wind's
definitely the
picking
right
up
size.
a little
Good
bit
average.
too.
He
like
had
they
the
said it was
9-pounder yesterday, and the other 4 fish were smaller than he expected. He said in practice when he had the 8 or 9 bites in this area, he didn't catch any small fish. They were all solid fish. No 9-pounders, but 3 and 4s.
Look at the big move just there. 6.5 pounder from Brandon Lester. Jumped him into the top 20 after zeroing yesterday.
Wow.
He has 17 to 18 pounds right now, almost
That's
18.
a story right there.
The door is open. If you get a mid-20s bag, you could make the cut after zeroing on day 1. That's a possibility.
Keith Combs working hard to get in that top 20. He's currently 21st. He's got 4 fish in the boat today.
Yeah, Lester's got a 410 with that 6.6. That's a nice chunk out of 2 fish, and it's our leaders yesterday had 1 monster or 2 really solid fish.
Kelly J buying another angler jerking a jerkbait. I couldn't tell who it was. I guess it doesn't matter.
I was like, what in the world? I was thinking it was Hank for a minute, because he said he might come back.
He and Matt Airy, the prominent offshore
After I
guys.
was leading,
in
he
this
said
thing,
he wasn't coming back here.
offshore is a relative thing. He's fishing probably 3.5, 4 feet of water.
Yeah.
That counts as offshore.
It is offshore.
I just need 2 more bites.
Not deep.
2 more.
To me,
Hey,
it looked
make
like
it worth the wait so
Caleb
far.
Cuphall, rookie, based on the wrap. It looked like to me.
No, that ain't. Yeah, it is. Hell, I can't. No, it's not now.
It's the Pisca Fun boat.
It's Caleb Cuphall.
This is where I went 5 hours yesterday with nothing.
Somebody didn't catch him and got wind. I was catching. That's all that is.
Remember me saying Cody Holland, our Bass Nation champ, had a 6-pounder early this morning?
Yeah.
Well, he just sandwiched it with his second 6-pounder. He's up to 15 pounds, 14 ounces with 4 fish, and he's 17th place.
Yeah, I said, what you got?
Climbing from 71st. 1 fish yesterday.
Wow. He's going to get some bang for his buck out of that nation championship, isn't he? Determined to overachieve out here.
Keith Combs filled his limit. He's inside our top 20. He's going to make it tomorrow. Currently.
Yeah, he's going to have to hang on just in 19th place. So I would say it wouldn't hurt to put some insurance upgrades in the boat.
And we still have
Kelly J, yesterday's leader, and now, according to Bass Track, leading to Paul Mueller, who started the day in second. Good looking spot he's in there.
This canal looks good.
Every place he's been looks great.
It really does look good.
I mean, it just makes you think of spring, doesn't it?
It does. We were a week earlier than we were last year.
Are we?
Or
off by just a few days, I believe.
I just noticed the from some of the shots. Oh, here we go.
I might call that little rinky-dinky one. Not the size we want, though. But he'll call. Boy, he ate that thing good, man. That's a good sign. That'll call that little one. You knew there had to be one on that point, man. They've been, see, these fish are just setting up. They're staging. Just a little guy.
Got a 12-ouncer in there. That should call it.
about a month and more than a week. It was March 17th to 20th last year.
I guess I
the year
should
before
start
was the
clipping these
same.
guys. I know what they are.
February, you mean?
Yeah.
Need to get rid of them is what I need to do.
Post-classic,
That's a pound and
March.
quarter.
We were here in February last year.
Week.
Mueller going in the right direction as well. Let's take it from him over to Clark Winlet.
Just can't get over how few bites I... Crap. Got my worm. Anyway, I can't get over how few bites I've had. That was really disappointing. That was a bite. But maybe he'll bite it again.
Clark looking good to make the top 20, but I tell you what, there's just some...
I'm coming to you.
He's in 7th place, but he's 7 pounds behind the leader. Yeah, it's starting to loom large, but again, just depends on how things break loose tomorrow.
Yeah. Certainly anybody's game tomorrow that makes that top 20.
Man. Here we go, John Cruz.
Nice fish.
Imagine he'll take that.
Solid keeper. On that.
Let me get back to fishing and then ask me in the happen again. That'll work. It's a 2-pounder, solid. Solid 2-pounder.
Very nice. Number 3 there for John Cruz.
Yeah. Biggest one of
Thousand knot.
his day.
Yeah, 2016 we were here in March. Last year was a day. It was February 7th to 10th. Got that wrong.
We've had a mild winter, but when we see the drone shots, it's not nearly as green. Those trees are not as far along as they were last year.
You know, they've had 2 big cold blasts. You know, the one from about a month ago was when we saw all the news video of the iguanas falling out of the trees and everything like that. This was the second. 2 of those is probably a little cooler than average, I would think.
Yeah, not just every year do the iguanas fall out of the trees.
Not every year. That's like the old saying. Iguanas don't fall out of the trees every year.
Drop lizards. I read an article where some people are gathering them and cooking them. You got to cook them with the skin on. People had recipes.
That's about enough of that, Sush.
Yeah, I'll pass.
Tastes like chicken.
Coronavirus.
That's how you get the coronavirus, is that right?
Yeah, if you cook them with the skin off. Good 4-box here with some good fishermen. Matt Airy spent the entire morning off the shoreline, and now he's moved up. I'm sure the water's probably starting to rise a little bit, and then also the water temperature.
Gotta keep them honest. Keep them honest. Starting to feel more like prop bait weather. You better not come after my prop bait. Don't do it. He knows better than that, don't he? He should.
That Airy talking to the birds.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Clark Wendland's second year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Last year, just barely lost in a bid to make the
jerkbait.
Classic, just outside the cut.
How you like that?
Okay, there's
Needlefish.
Needlefish, yeah.
He got caught in my line. Look at that joker's teeth. And he's trying to bite me. I'd say I need to retie. I'm lucky he didn't cut my line off. Trying to save you if you'll stay still.
Let me see the teeth.
I know where they got
Looks
the idea for
prehistoric to
needle-nose
me.
pliers now.
I'm just glad I still got my jerkbait. I mean, I'm lucky it didn't cut my line, you know? Real lucky. Just old mega bass. All it is.
Let's do a little AFCO taste the bait if we can. Convince Matt Airy to.
I probably got some. I got
Check
a
us
lot
out
of
on
freight
that.
line. Not good. Right there.
So they're on you right now. Just tell them how you like to work the jerk bait and what you're using and everything like that.
Yeah. Well, we got to retie because we just caught some kind of dinosaur fish. long bill. A lot of teeth. I'm lucky it didn't cut my line. But been working. I mean, it's shallow in here. Obviously, jerkbait's been the main ticket. We've caught some dragging a worm around today, but I'm working it a lot with my rod tip up, and that's key in here in this super shallow water. And I'm throwing it on a little bit bigger line. I went to 15-pound line to keep it up a little bit better. Most of the fish are coming from 2 to 4 foot of water, roughly, and that's working it up, keeping it grass-free, because there's a little bit of kind of just muck grass or snot grass, and but keeping it grass-free has been the key. Keeps me more efficient. I can cover more water. If I'm in that 3 or 4 foot range, I'll work it sideways, but if I get up there in 2 foot, I'll pop it up like that a lot. And I think that's been triggering a lot of bites too. Boat's not gonna know which way to go. I need to move out of his way.
It's a good jerkbait tip, Matt Airy. AFCO taste the bait for you.
Have the AFCO gloves on. AFCO taste the bait from Matt Airy himself.
But I don't know that I've caught but one fish today on a jerkbait, and we caught it, if I'm not mistaken. So everything we've got in a live well so far is on a worm. Here comes the cavalry. I believe he just cussed me for fishing the middle.
I think both Matt and Kelly said there's a lot more boats around today than there were yesterday.
Yeah, there is.
So, part of the price that's baked into leading the tournament.
That's part of it, but they're in Salt Springs. I mean, it's a super popular area.
It's a community hole for sure.
Think he did that on purpose? He got a little girl in his boat cussing like that. Some people, man. Some people.
bit different background for Paul Mueller there. Short period of time, he's gone from the lead to having a good little bit of a deficit.
Yeah, it really is.
Got some bonus coverage coming up for you now. There's a familiar face, Brandon Polinick, right there.
Hey.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Doing great. Tell us kind of the story of your day so far, Brandon.
Well, I started here kind of close to the ramp. You can see I'm still close to the ramp right now. And I caught one good one. It's probably 3.5 to 4 pounds. And then I've kind of just stuck around here and really just junk fishing. Got a drop shot with an X zone, fat finesse worm, muscleback fat finesse worm, that I'm kind of pitching around on that drop shot, and then a center stick too. And then catching some on a spinner bait. I caught that big one this morning on a Stormarashi square bill. And then right here, I'm sitting at the bridge. I mean, off limits is right there. Takeoff's right behind me. And I'm just kind of junk fishing, just trying to catch fish that are moving up. Yesterday afternoon, I got on some fish in this area, and I've tried to just capitalize on that today.
How many more bites today than yesterday?
I would say probably double, even more than that by this time. I only had 3 fish at 3 o'clock yesterday.
We're trying to get ourselves all set up for tomorrow, the big championship day. If you can remain in the top 20 and stay there, I mean, is it anybody's game? Is it going to be a free-for-all tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know what the other guys got. You know, if Kelly J caught another 20 pounds, it'd be really hard for me to catch him. But we are on the St. Johns River. And if I make the top 20, I am not afraid to gamble, go fish new water, and really just a 35-pound bag here is highly possible. And you do that tomorrow, it could be anybody's game.
So, Brandon, you said that you mixed it up a little bit yesterday afternoon and got some bites close to takeoff. Did you go way south? And if so, did you do well in practice, or you just been mixing it up because you haven't really got on a good pattern yet until yesterday afternoon?
Well, I was trying to decide if I wanted to run really far south or really far north. And I made the decision figuring there'd be less guys up north. I had one canal I wanted to go look at that I'd seen some good ones in practice, and I ran about 35 miles up to Jacksonville and just never caught them. Never got a bite, wasted like 4 hours of my day. So today I said, I'm not doing that. I'm going to just settle down. I'm going to just try to pick these fish apart. And what surprised me is a lot of the places where I got bit yesterday on a high tide, I got bit on a low tide today. So like those fish are still there. A lot of those fish are starting to pull up, and they're actually starting to spawn. And I've been able to just kind of pick them off. I can tell the way they're biting that they're definitely pulling up and spawning. I just need some females to show up with them.
Brandon, we talked about practice having been completed so long before you guys were actually able to go out and start the tournament there. Did you veer from the game plan just because of that big lag time you had there?
I did. I really prepped for the win. I really practiced for those 2 days that got canceled, because I knew if you could kind of have a decent day on either one of those 2 days, that you would really have a shot at, doing well in this event. And then we ended up getting them canceled. So I spent a lot of time looking. I knew that the grass on the east side of George was really the only grass there, and it was going to get blown out. And so I spent a lot of time in the river trying to look around and make a game plan that I could actually be able to fish and get bites. And when those 2 days got canceled, it just kind of threw me for a loop, and I didn't really know what to expect with the weather.
Yeah, go ahead, David.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah. Talk to us a little bit more about, because every angler has to do this, whether you're fishing a one-day tournament. I mean, you look at the forecast, you see the wind's going to blow. Talk to us a little bit more about how you practice anticipating a 20 to 30-mile-an-hour wind.
So there was really 2 things that I factored in. One, when I did find the grass on the east side of George, I knew it was going to get blown out, right? A hard southwest wind and then a straight hard west wind. And that just told me that water was going to get dirty and I couldn't catch them there. And the other thing that it told me was that it was really going to make this river flow and that it was going to drop the tide a lot because it was blowing 50, 60 miles an hour offshore on that second day that we got canceled, and it sucked a lot of the water out. You saw that yesterday morning. And then when it came back, it was flowing a lot. So I kind of stuck in the river thinking that I could use that to my advantage. I mean, I haven't had a great day yet, yesterday or today by any means, but the potential is there. I know there's big ones that live in this river. Actually, the last time I fished in St. John's, I caught a 6-pounder right where I'm sitting right now. So it could happen any cast here.
Brandon, man, we appreciate you letting us interrupt your fishing here and walking on you a little bit, but that was all good information, and we certainly appreciate it. Good luck to you. You got a lot of fishing time today. Maybe we see you in the top 20 tomorrow, perhaps.
I hope so. I needed a couple more big bites, and I'd feel a lot better about it, but we got a lot of time left still, so I feel good about it. Got about 3 hours left, and can do a lot of damage in 3 hours here.
Good point right there. Brandon Polnick back with the Bassmaster Elite Series this year, and always a formidable competitor, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Glad to have Brandon back, and great talking to him. He goes out of his way to spend time with us. I know we interrupt his fishing a little bit, but he certainly gets the big picture.
Yeah. Let's get back out to Matt Airy. In fact, show you something that happened moments ago.
Matt Airy keeps trying to mix it up, but when he picks up that Texas rig, we see him setting the hook.
That'll call that out a little bitty one, I believe.
Throw some top water, jerk bait quite a bit. Really been.
I hope he doesn't start bleeding.
Like the Texas rig better today for Matt Airy.
Well, there you go. Fish are moving toward the bank, and we assume, and so is Matt Airy. And getting some results for it. And as you say, it's that Texas rig worm that's been really doing the job for him today. Right in the thick of it right now, Matt Airy up in the top 5. Kennedy, Mueller, Kelly J back on top. Things are changing constantly as we go. The main thing today, make it into the top 20. 20 anglers will fish tomorrow for the first tournament of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2020.
The ATCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is brought to you by Toyota, Abu Garcia, Berkeley, Humminbird, Mercury, and by Minn Kota.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
Help us celebrate our 50th Bassmaster Classic, March 6th through the 8th in Guntersville and Birmingham, Alabama. Watch the pros take off at Civitan Park in Lake Guntersville. Then head to the BJCC in Birmingham for the exciting weigh-in shows and huge expo featuring the latest in outdoor and fishing gear. Fun for the whole family with activities, chances to meet Bassmaster pros, and win prizes. Plus, all events are free. Make plans to be at the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook as we commemorate 50 years of the most exciting event in bass fishing. Details at Bassmaster.com.
Amazing. Nothing better. It flat out allows me to catch more fish. Power steering and spot lock have revolutionized what we're doing on the lake now.
Faster response times when steering.
A spot lock, man, it's second to none.
Game changer.
A game changer. Game changer.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
Son gets it done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination, unbelievable.
You're watching the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Past the halfway point for these 3 days of fishing that will comprise the start of the 2020 season for the Bassmaster Elites. Tomorrow, well, that's our wrap-up day. Third day of fishing, Championship Monday. We'll be back, Bassmaster Live, regular time, 7:30 to 10:30 Eastern Time in the morning, 11 to, check the time there, 1:45 p.m., so it will be an earlier finish. They got to get the whole show moved up to Tennessee, so it's going to finish up just a little bit earlier tomorrow. So unfortunately, you'll have to get back to work earlier. You have to finish, go back to your job duties a little bit earlier tomorrow.
I think we are going to start a little earlier. I mean, the fishermen are going to start a little earlier tomorrow to try to help make up for some of that time they're losing in the afternoon.
Testing day, a grinding day for the anglers yesterday. A little bit better today. We certainly have had some bigger fish show up on our broadcast. Whitaker got his day started with a good one.
Very early on this morning, Jake Whitaker.
Yes, sir.
Good solid fish here.
Yes. That's a way to start the freaking morning. Right there. Wacky rig. 3-pounder.
All smiles.
Stay down.
Technique that you almost never lose a fish. And there was about a 6 or 7 pounder according to Jake and his cameraman. But the best way to recover from losing a 6-pounder is land one.
Got her. Yes! Yes, baby! That's what I'm freaking talking about. Sassy stick, choked, baby.
Oh, it's nice to have a moment like that on camera to start your season off
really
with,
is.
Jake Whitaker.
Really is.
That was excitement right there for sure. Steve Kennedy got a
Save a waypoint on that.
early start this morning. Our very
That's the
first
right
shot of him,
stuff.
he was missing a giant.
The conditions are not good. Watch out. Oh, cool. Good Lord, slow that thing down.
Steve Kennedy, one of the few anglers that we've seen
in there.
fishing literally right up on the shoreline.
Is that a gar?
Deeper type banks, though, you can tell, but the pads don't come out as far. Some places there's not even any pads there.
It looks like a snook to me. Or a tarpon. That looks like a tarpon.
Please catch a tarpon.
Yeah. What wouldn't be great about that? Here's Robbie Latusa, our day one leader from last year. They're from Louisiana. Boy, we get a good little stiff breeze going now.
Definitely are.
Not supposed to get above 10 today. I'd say it's all a 10 right there.
Robbie with only one fish in the live well so far today. He had concerns when I talked with him yesterday about his fish not replenishing. Here we go.
Two now for Robbie.
Yep. Looked like he was fishing a worm also. Here we go.
Yeah.
Way to make up some ground back. Oh. Oh.
Hurts.
Kelly J hooked up. Oh!
Oh! God, that was a freaking big one. Dang it! I ain't freaking believing that. God almighty. This is right where I caught that 9-pounder yesterday. God, that was a freaking big one. Oh, God, dang it. Oh. God, that was a freaking big one.
Well, you can tell when he loads up here. Just watch.
Dang.
That fish is in control right there. He's not turning it.
Good point.
Freaking believing that. God, my.
Now that's the kind of bait you can expect to leave with you.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, that's.
I just felt it. It was big. Jeez almighty.
Boy, it hurts to lose a fish in any tournament, but losing a
Dang it,
big
man.
fish here, as tight as things are. Ooh.
Oh, this is right where I caught it. Yeah, right here. That throwing that way, just like that. Gosh, that makes me so mad, man.
Kelly said after the weigh-in, his area's like 300-400 yards. I can't see that he's strayed much from that today.
No,
he certainly hasn't done
Yeah.
much of anything but what he's doing.
Just have to hope that the fish come to him. And when they do, capitalize on the bites. But he loves to throw that jerk bait, and we've seen him catch. He, caught a 9-pounder on it yesterday. Obviously, he does well with it, but that's part of the problem with throwing erratic jerk bait like that. Even though the fish might be trying to get it good, they just don't get it in their mouth. Oftentimes.
It might fall in. Oh, I'm tired.
Man, I'm telling you, that was a big one.
Well, sometimes you see flurries of catches from different anglers, and you have flurries of misses too.
It really did.
That's
great. It all looks good.
In fact, you got to do a cavalcade of misses every now and then. That's part of the drama. Steve Kennedy, the first shot of him today was a giant. He said that was a huge one.
Stay down.
Jake Whitaker.
Come on.
We saw that one, so we know that was a big
confirmed
one.
giant there. Oh my word! Right out in the middle on a wacky rig.
Yeah.
He was hooked and then he wasn't.
Oh, God, dang.
Kelly had stiffened up on that one
He
too.
really
He
had.
was ready to do
God,
that.
that was a freaking big
But he wasn't turning it around. That was a very strong fish. You could tell it just pulled him back down.
By the way he was reacting, I thought he had like a major brain freeze. Like that's how when I take too big of a bite of ice cream. I mean, that's like how
You kind of go like that.
I mean,
you know.
I'm not getting many bites, but when I do, it's a good one. And I knew I got about 11 pounds with 3 fish, a couple 4-pounders, give me 18 pounds. And man, that was a big fish. It's the same place I caught that 9-pounder yesterday. Now I don't know if it was a 9-pounder, but it was a heavy fish. And you just fish so long for those big bites. I'm not getting many bites, but when I do, it's a good one, and that was a good one. And I lost 2 big fish one yesterday, and that's the only second fish I've lost today. But man, I mean, it was heavy. Whatever it was heavy.
The problem is, we're on the St. John's River.
You fish so long.
It could have been more than a 9-pounder.
Oh.
Because I know I'm 2 bites away from having another good bag. And that was one of them. I mean, I got like less than 3 hours left. Surely to goodness I can get 2 more, good bites then, but who knows? I mean, it's just Florida and the cold front. I mean, you don't know what they're gonna do. But that was a good fish.
Yeah, bear in mind, he's just got 3 in the boat. They're good ones. Man, if he catches 2 more, even in the average he's holding right now, he's going to be hard to deal with tomorrow.
Yep. John Cruz.
That'll work. Yeah, boy. Come here, buddy. You were keeping that fish ready for me. I appreciate that. You're a hell of a guy. He's a hell of a guy, I'll be honest. I agree. I pitched it in that shade, lifted up one time, and I saw that line. I said, yep. Here we go. That's 5. He's pound and 3/4 maybe. He's pound and 3/4. Probably maybe just under 2 pounds. I got 3 of them smaller than that, so I like it. Right? Yeah, that gives me 5. That's right. 5, right.
Crew's going to move up there to 6th or 7th place. Strength of that one, getting the job done. Hanging tight in the top 10 when all you need is the top 20. Tuzo again.
Oh, he lost another one.
All right. That gives us a limit. I mean, maybe 7 something. Should be enough to. 7. What is that? 7? Yeah. We'll be close to getting your fish tomorrow. Getting close. There's like 12 pounds or something. 12.2, maybe 20th.
I got you 7 pounds, 8 ounces.
Yeah.
Cruising with
Definitely getting more active with the sun.
Water cramping up.
Warming up.
tonight.
Virginia?
Golly.
How many casts do you reckon you're doing in a day?
How about y'all?
Thousands. It's got to be a couple thousand.
How about y'all?
I would think.
Oh, okay. Where at? Where? Where is that?
Gosh, man. I mean, I got another place I can go catch, I think, 2 keepers. But it's halfway back to the, and they ain't going to be real big. I catch 1 here to equal 2 of them. I'm trying to win. I ain't trying to dang. Get points. I'm going to win the thing.
You're watching Clark with that flipping stick in his hand. He's pretty nifty with it if you watch him.
He has been
no
through the
lost
years,
movements. See a lot of guys switching hands and doing all, just like an extension of his arm.
I needed that one. I need this water to get my system. My arm is cramping like crazy.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's trouble.
What's going on?
We got a turtle, we got a gator. Look at this.
gosh.
Toe to toe. Oh, no.
Face to face.
This is my log. No, this is my log.
Boy, this turtle's bowing up on him now.
The gator's not big enough to eat him. Gator's favorite food is turtle, shells and all.
Yeah, that turtle knows that's a small gator. He's more than a bite.
Now, we learned yesterday the gator can go 2 years without eating. I don't think that's any consolation to that turtle right there. He's still a little.
I might wait a couple years before I eat you.
Yeah, watch out. Watch your step the next 2 years, buddy.
I went to Gatorland last ICAST a couple years ago and talked to a biologist and asked about bass and gator interactions. And of course, you know, bass will eat baby gators left and right. And I'm sure that, you know, there's some lures already kind of profile like alligator, but alligators will eat anything that kind of gets near their mouth. But their favorite food is turtles, shells and all, he told me. When they can handle them and chomp them up. But that was a little too big.
I've seen pictures of them going up the side of a tree to get gallinules and little egrets and stuff like that. They can move when they want to. Oh, they can really move.
That was a neat shot. 2 years without eating.
2 years without eating.
Oh, remember that video recently of them with their snouts in ice in some lake in Carolinas? Your neck of the woods, I believe. That they were kind of in some kind of hibernation type state in ice with their nostrils sticking out of the ice. It was crazy.
Yeah, they live in some little mud hole and it dries and there's no food. They can wait till it rains and they get another hatch going, I guess.
Wow.
Good to see Quentin Capo with a limit. Him and Brandon Lester rebounding big time after both zeroing
Both of them
yesterday.
got a limit now?
The only guy who doesn't have a fish on Bass Track either day is Hunter Shryock, but he did not have a Marshall today after zeroing yesterday, so he could be on the rise and we not know it right this second. But our photographers and bloggers may interact with him out there, at some point.
Like you're saying, Ronnie, there's some people who Bass Track is not working like Buddy Gross and Wes Logan, Chad Morgan Taylor, who had decent days, Bill Lowen and Swindle and Frazier. The complete picture is not on Bass Track right now.
Brandon Lester, first man out of the 20 right now.
Boy, you see Latuso on your ride fishing ever so Florida slow.
Yeah.
Remember I was talking Taku Ito up? He just caught a 6-pounder. He's up to 17-3 on the day in 5th place.
Oh, wow.
Man.
He's got a 6-0 and a 4-8 in there, and the rest are 2-pound plus. He started 45th today.
That's impressive.
Dave Mercer joked with him at the stage talking about how he was the Justin Bieber of Japan. That's what he's known as back then.
His hair?
But no, not just that, just popularity. And it's just like Marizo Shimizu is the Kevin Van Dam of Japan, like, you know, the TV shows and exposure and just, you know, the legend of those guys making it happen in the United States and whatnot. Same thing can be said for all the young anglers in Japan wanting to come over.
Let's see if we can keep this one on.
There we go.
Now, Ito's 32 years old.
Taking. Pound and a half.
Yeah.
That's 3 now for Robbie Latuso. Got a lot of guys in our top 20 kind of stuck on 3, including our leader, Kelly J. Steve Kennedy, 3rd. Clark Windley with 3 fish.
Oh, Mr. Giant!
That's some misses today. Part of that is the cold front. The other part is fish are moving up to spawn and you'll miss a few, but this is not what you want to do. Hook up on a 6-pounder and have it jump off halfway back to the boat. Jake Whitaker.
Oh, that could have been a game changer for Jake.
Just came across Bass Track. He caught his 3rd. It was just a 1-pounder, though. I don't know if we have service of it, but just a keeper. But gives him 3, 1 pound more than prior.
And Kelly J, 3 fish in the live well. Day 1 leader.
Dang!
Make you jump, grab your head. Think bad thoughts.
In agony.
He's still got a nice lead, 3-11.
Hey, let's do some trivia before we head to a break here. I'm going to throw out the question right now. Behind John Cruz's 11-2, Clifford Perch landed the 2nd largest bass at the St. John's last year. How much did that bass weigh? Many of you remember seeing that catch. Was it 10-1, 10-4, 10-6, or 10-8? Think about it. Don't cheat. You only cheat yourself when you look. So we'll be back with the answer.
The AFCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is being brought to you live by Yamaha. Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
In the wild, nature dictates that when it's time to eat, animals will instinctively find and devour the meal that satisfies them most. In the water, Berkeley Powerbait's scientifically proven formula triggers the natural predatory instinct in bass. Now available in a plethora of shapes, sizes, and colors. Berkeley Powerbait. Fish bite and won't let go.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time.
So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
While I travel the country on the Bassmaster Elite Series, I simply can't let the weather be the reason I don't win $100,000. That's why I use AFCO clothing to keep me warm, dry, and protected from whatever Mother Nature wants to throw at me. My season depends on it. My career depends on it. AFCO, any fish, any water.
Sign up to compete in the inaugural Hook Bassmaster B.A.S.S. Nation Kayak Series, powered by Tourney X, presented by Abu Garcia in 2020. The trail features 5 regular season events, with a championship to be held in conjunction with the 2021 Academy Outdoors and Sports Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook. The first tournament will be at Logan Martin Lake in Kell City, Alabama on March 5th, in conjunction with the 50th Bassmaster Classic. To find out more details and to register, visit bassmaster.com/kayak.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia, for life. For over 70 years and 18 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And right now through March 31st, you can buy Save Fish with rebates of up to $1,500 on the all-new FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the new FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX190 and ZX250. Hurry! Buy Save Fish ends March 31st. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com to see why now is the best time to buy the Skeeter of your dreams.
I can vividly remember back when I was a kid and, searching for information. And it was so much work and it was such a struggle to get that knowledge, to get that information.
We talked about the equipment, we talked about the bait, we talked about how to pick it apart.
It's highly detailed, specific information from A to Z to help you learn, get to the water, and become a better angler quickly. That's what the Bass University is all about.
You're watching the AFCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Bassmaster Live, we left you with a trivia question. We're going to give you the answer right now. What did you guess? We'll start with Davey. What was your guess? Was it 10-1-4, 10-6, or 10-8?
I'm going B. 10-4.
10-4, good buddy. What about you? It'll suit you. No, you made it up. Ronnie, how about you?
I'm going to go 10-4 as well.
I did not make it up. I just wrote it.
Simple arithmetic. 10-6 is what I'm guessing. Let's see what the answer is. 10-4.
10-4.
You guys are
Clifford
geniuses.
Perch, remember?
Certified geniuses. I'm in rarefied company here, I can tell you that. Speaking of rarefied company, if you go to Palatka, Florida, you will be in the presence of one of our heroes, the one and only Dave Mercer. Dave's going to be conducting the weigh-in today, starting at 3 o'clock. Now, tomorrow, bear in mind, I think we're scheduled for 1:45 on Bassmaster.com for the weigh-in, but let's get down there to Palatka and see how our friend Dave is doing. Dave, here's a question for you. Should we show cavalcades of missed fish? Isn't that part of the game? Shouldn't we show that, Dave?
It's Sports 101, the thrill of victory and the agony of angling. That is part of what gets us all. You can't hear me, can you?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
It's a big delay.
Oh, am I back in your life?
Yes.
Beautiful. Okay, so what I was saying, guys, it is just that's what makes every sport moment great. The thrill of victory and the agony of angling. To steal a line from Bob Cobb, and I think you show as many of those failures as possible, because you guys know every time we screw up, they play it over and over again. Just ask Davey Height and the running man.
So true.
That
true.
tells me we'll see that maybe here. What are you doing, Dave? What are you up to?
Well, what am I doing? Well, I'm really, to be honest, I'm standing here talking to you guys. But what I'm talking about is some of the cool stuff you can do here at the Elite Series. And I'll tell you one thing that is definitely coming true before we talk about the activities and how much fun it is to come to a Bassmaster live event. We talked about it yesterday, guys. We said, you know, it's a very good chance that this tournament's going to get better and better and literally explode on Monday. And I think you can officially say that the kettle is boiling at this time, and the crowds are boiling their way in here. And when you get here, there's tons of cool things that you can do at Bassmaster live events. You know, you need to come here and experience it. It's not just all about the weigh-in. You can go for demo rides. And the coolest thing about that is if you, you think back to buying your first bass boat. I remember, guys, I really just, it looked cool in the showroom, well, in the garage that I got it from, but I had no idea how it ran. I just kind of took a risk. These guys, they've got all the greatest boats and motors here. We've got our friends from Triton Mercury, Nitro Mercury, and Yamaha Skeeter. They're at every single Elite Series event, so no matter where we go, it's free of charge and it's a demo ride. And what better way to learn about, you know, the new advancements in bass boats and just really to have a good time and maybe help you make a purchasing decision down the road. You can literally go in all 3 different brands. They'll take you back to back, and you'll see them cycling through here all day long. Boat rides. I mean, nothing's more exhilarating than nothing's more exhilarating than a high-performance bass boat ride.
Well, Dave, we always have tremendous crowds at Palatka, and they're a bass-savvy crowd down there. I mean, fishing in this part of the world, this is the peak time that people who have vacation homes down here that love fishing, this is why they're there. I mean, you get a smart crowd there. You're not having to educate a whole lot of people up on stage when you come to a place like Palatka, do you?
No, definitely not, Tommy. I mean, this is
okay, we losing Dave. That's a tough connection there. It's kind of hard to put up with that delay, but we'll get back with him.
Partially answer that because I was there this week.
Yeah, you spent some time.
Great crowds, great excitement when Bass shows up to Palatka, Florida. It's we've been there. This is the 6th Bassmaster Elite tournament, and you would think, wow, everybody's seen the show one time. They may come back, but they keep showing up year in and year out. Great crowds. We had people asking when I was down there on Tuesday, what day does the tournament start? And I told them Thursday. Well, I was wrong by a couple of days because of the weather. But, yeah, it's just a great town that always welcomes B.A.S.S. with open arms. And, hey, when you have a situation like that where you got a chance to see 9-pounders, 10-pounders, 11-pounders being weighed in, you couldn't get a better situation. And the city dock, the venue itself, the boat ramps, the dock, all that stuff, it's just a perfect setup right there in downtown.
There are people of all ages living there. It's Florida, but there's a big retirement community. And that doesn't mean necessarily older folks. A lot of people retire in this day and age in their 40s and early 50s. And you talk about people that have 3 or 4 opportunities to fish during the week and not just maybe 3 or 4 during the course of a summer. It's a crowd that's up on its bass fishing, and they really have their heroes, and they love to come out and support them.
Absolutely.
Well, while we were talking to Dave, let's take a look at stuff that happened. All right, Kelly needed something to take his mind off that big one that didn't quite connect with completely.
But that was number 4, and here looks like
everything I'm landing on is on this side. Ain't
number 5. Yep. Not quite the size of his first 3, but I'm sure he'll take those. That'll extend his lead, right?
Talons down.
Yes.
Yeah, it's near 7.
Jake Whitaker,
8 pounds.
this was moments ago.
Got it. Come up here.
There you go. Number 4.
Thank you, thank
Be
you.
number 4 for Jake.
Thank you very much. A little better one, not a bad one, not a terrible one, not a giant.
Not a giant, but he's got a giant.
Get in there.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Can't all be giants.
No.
That's one of those
They
things.
would all be average.
In Florida, there's guys who weighed in, one fish for 614, like John Cox. There's guys who weighed in 3 for 10. It's like if you catch a giant, you have to come in with 5 in Florida at least to just that gets you to the maximum that you can get. You don't want to have 13 or 14 fish come the final day this week.
Can't leave anything on the table.
Taku Ito had called again up to 17-12 and got to 4th, but Jake just leapfrogged him. Back to 3rd for him, Jake.
Show you one more thing that happened just moments ago. Robbie Latuso, who's kind of gotten into him in the past 40 minutes.
He has. Unfortunately, he lost a few of those, but here we go. Definitely didn't lose that one. Found him a sweet stretch here.
Good 4 now for Robbie. Hoping to lock him in. Closer to the probability of being in that top 20. He's looking good now.
It's like sticking with a June bug colored 10-inch worm.
I'll say I put a trivia up on Twitter to get the fans' thoughts, and the fans responded with 38% saying 10-4, 30% 10-6, and then 33% 10-8. 0 people picked 10-1. So I'd say the majority, or the highest percentage at least, not majority, 37.5 was the correct answer.
A slim majority.
Yes.
All right, get out of here and go to the next one.
Our fans have good memories, Ronnie.
Hey, 2's better than nothing right there.
We got a little bonus coverage for you there at the bottom right
Gladly.
of your screen. It's Taku Ito, one of the hottest guys on the river right now, without a question. Perhaps the hottest with 17, almost 18 pounds in the boat today.
See on Lake George? That's what it looks like, it doesn't it?
He's not. It's a good imitation of it.
Trying to make Championship Monday after starting 45th.
Look at dang it, the boats. Wow, we saw Drew Cook yesterday.
I was just thinking that
but boy,
vibration.
this is a, I've seen that before, but man, look the way he's.
Is that out in front of Palatka? That's the bridge, right?
Yeah, I think it is.
I mean,
It's a little variation of the Cook quake right there for sure.
I got to pull for him to make the top 10 tomorrow so we can talk to him about what he's doing a little more.
Boy, he is.
It's interesting.
He's pulling himself along pretty good today. That is an amazing limit he's got so far. Let's get over to Paul Mueller. Second place, but finds himself over 5 pounds back of our leader. Maybe not now, though.
Ooh, that looks like a good one. It is a good one. Breaking.
That'll work.
Yes.
That'll work.
That changes things.
I looked at it and I was like, should I boat flip it? Sure.
Oh,
you
man.
know I wanted you to. You know I wanted you
They
to.
live here. Just, this is the time, man.
That is a stocky fish there.
That's a beautiful fish.
This is where I lost that. God, look at that. The hook came right out. That'll help the cause.
Look how
short, but stout, man. Thank you, Lord.
That's a young fish.
That'll work. We'll put that on the big side. You called it too. You said you're gonna get one here.
Up that far north, he's been eating shrimp and crabs.
Yeah, that's a young, successful fish right there.
Yes, it is.
Is that a specimen or
1
what?
pounder.
It's a gorgeous fish.
Let's see what let's see what we upgrade with. I think it's number 5, which is the red one. All right. Golly.
He's got a 1 pounder. Couple.
I reckon that one could have probably eaten this one.
Quite the change.
Pretty fish though. That'll work. I told Thomas Allen that we were going to catch one as soon as he left. I told him. No, it's just, the water's low right now. So it's tough. I mean, it's that fish was right on the edge of that stuff. That was cool, man. I put it in there. Right on that point. Right on that deal, man. That's crazy. Crazy. 2 more bites like that and you have a good bag. I mean, even though I have, I had 3 not so big fish yesterday. I just can't believe that hook fell out like nothing. That's scary. That is scary.
Mueller said that early this morning. A lot of his fish yesterday in the pads came with wood near it, and that there was that little laydown sticking out in the pads.
What's that fish weigh, Davey?
Those are hard
6.
to judge. It looked 6, but gosh, it was short.
He was short. And
had a belly.
Paul's not a real big guy. And that
Right.
affects the way these things look sometimes, too.
I thought it was a baby Goliath grouper of how far he is close to the ocean. I wasn't sure.
Wow.
While he was landing that, Brandon Cobb caught a 6 pounder, and he's come up from the depths to 32nd with a 14.5 pound bag today.
Well, we're going to find out more about this technique
Yes,
right here.
we
You want to know
are.
if he's on the bottom or if he's up suspending a little bit. That's interesting.
When we first went to him, I'll have to admit, I thought he was hung. I thought he was trying to get his bait off of a rock.
You think he's trying to keep his line tight with the wind blowing? You know, it slacks out and bows up a spinning rod line. You can't feel it, maybe?
I don't know. I'm looking forward to talking to him. So now he picked up a bait caster, and does he not have it upside down? And he's spinning the reel handle?
I gotta look.
Or it's just left-handed? He's actually reeling it there, but he spun it a few times. Isn't it not under?
It looks for all the work. Well,
Oh, he's got it right now. Just left-handed.
It's reading the media guide that's not out yet and said it was the AOI in Japan in 2016. And Taku loves dogs. So, see if he has one companion on tour. Ronnie, did you know this about Jake Whitaker? He was on his elementary school's unicycle team.
I did know that.
What?
Come on, that's what I said. I said, "What is unicycle?"
Him and my wife.
See, you don't even use the good trivia questions. You could have said, what sports team was Jake Whitaker on? And unicycle could have been an answer, and I promise you I would not have gotten
You would
that
not
right.
have answered unicycle team.
It was also on a bridge team, bass fishing team, unicycle team, debate team. That's a trivia question.
So
Come on, all right, I get what you guys want.
When we go back and have
No, you're fine, buddy. You're fine.
when we go back and have dinner
Yes, sir.
with Jake and his fiance, my wife and him nerd out about
My
they were
unicycle
both
experience?
on the unicycle team.
Oh, he's talking to us.
So in elementary school, we had a unicycling team. So I decided to join it and learn how to ride a unicycle. Still can. It's just like riding a bike. Once you learn, you never forget. So appreciate you guys. Yeah.
Finish out that lemon.
Yeah, I know. I appreciate it. Need one more. But no, we would go all over to colleges and ride unicycles and stuff. I rode the big 6-footer back in my smaller days. But yeah, it was cool. We've got a good home video of it, and it was actually very fun. Went over ramps and stuff. So yes, the unicycling deal. I haven't rode one in probably 10 years, but I could almost guarantee you that I can still ride it.
So I've got a request. We've got to ask him if he wins and he's in contention. One more day left. Will he ride a unicycle on stage?
No doubt.
We got to bring one to the
he would.
classic.
No,
That's what
got
we
to
need to
get
do.
one. There's got to be a unicycle in Palatka somewhere.
Somewhere.
Another fun fact about his.
I will ride it. Yeah, if y'all bring me one, I'll ride it. I'll do anything. I think I've still got my the one I rode still at the house. I'll have to look. I need to get that thing out and get on it and ride it and put that on the internet for you guys. Just to
Please
prove
do.
it. I don't think y'all believe me. I'll get my mom to get some pictures and videos together.
Oh, I do want to believe you. 'Cause I want to see you on
Hey,
stage.
Elementary school forms a team. Join it. Have a good time.
You don't wear an orange wig and polka dot pants and
You're
big
a
red
soccer
shoes
team.
doing
That's
that, do you
good.
though?
He's also a state champion
That's fun.
football player. He was an offensive lineman for his high school.
Oh.
You think there came a time in his
Who would've
life where it
thought?
was either bass fishing or unicycles? You got to choose one?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, one more. We need one more fish. We're gonna get him. If we can get him pretty quick, I'm gonna try to go back down there just to see. I know that's where the big ones are. There's a big fish moving in and out of those canals down there. There's just too much pressure on it right now. But it is what it is. But those fish move up, move back. New fish are moving in. So just because somebody fished it 30 minutes ago doesn't mean that we can't go back in there and catch some. But we're going to try to catch our limit here in one of these little canals and see how it goes from there.
Jake Whitaker, third place, man. He's
David, to answer your question, unicycling is not trivial, so that's why it wasn't a trivia question.
Oh, Mueller line?
He's not budged.
Cool. Well, we
I don't think I would either.
Little change of tactic. It's pretty bright out right now, and I haven't been able to catch any good ones on the swim jig. So I'm just, the water's really not high enough. I mean, it's weird. But it's high enough to fish some of this stuff. I'm just punching. I just got a good one, and hopefully get if I can get one or two more good bites, I'd have a really good bag. One more bite, I'd have a decent bag. I feel like for the way they're biting today, but it can have to focus, bite, just make the right decisions. Try to find, you know, some of these mats that have the most water under it, kind of with a little mix of these pads. And you know, that fish I just caught was the epitome of a pre-spawn fish. That was weird. She was fat and dark, just sitting under that stuff. So that was a good clue, you know. I mean, I feel like I'm doing the right thing now. I kind of had that idea that if I wasn't going to catch them on the swim jig, you know, I'd have to just see if they're tucked under this stuff. And I caught a couple yesterday, but no big ones. They seemed like they were on the outside. So, I don't know, different day today. Just have to make the right adjustments.
Candlewood Lake in Connecticut called
Plenty of water under this.
It'll be a long time
It
before
could
he's
be
fishing
anywhere
pads
here.
up there.
Yeah. Absolutely. Be punching up there with an auger.
Yeah, that's right. Punching with an ice pick.
I will say there are, for him living up one of the northernmost anglers, no one in the Elite Series fishes as much as Paul Mueller. Zero. And I will put all the money I have on that because he is out there.
Even though he's up there in Connecticut.
Oh my gosh. He goes, he seeks out open water as much as he can as it starts icing over, and then he waits like 5 days until it's iced over thick enough that you can go out there and do it, and then it's every single day. It is incredible. Every species, like, if you want to know about electronics, if you want to know about fishing, ice fishing, whatever, like Mueller's social media. So he didn't do a bunch of ice fishing this year because it was so mild,
Yeah.
but that means he was still out on the lake, like catching smallmouth on blade baits and all kinds of stuff like that. But he definitely stays in the routine of fishing.
Paul finished top 5 in the Angler of the Year Championship last year. In the actual tournament.
You know, he's looking forward to Guntersville and the 50th Classic.
Oh man, he's done big things on Guntersville. A lot of our guys we watched today have been doing big things. That is for sure, yeah. Good guy. Jake Whitaker's done big things. He's lost big things as well. Robbie Latuso got into a little stack of them. Helped his cause quickly.
Had only one fish about an hour ago, and he had 4 or 5 bites in the last hour. Paul Mueller with this beautiful Florida bass. Absolutely gorgeous.
This one is a dandy. Boy, that's a big move for him to cut the deficit. Wow, 5+ pounds behind Kelly J. He cinched it up pretty good, as you can see right there as we look at our bass track. These are unofficial, of course, weights right now, and we'll know it all when we get to weigh-in time. Dave was telling us about all the joys of going to the weigh-in in Palatka, and you can be there. 3 o'clock is when it starts here on Bassmaster.com. Remember, tomorrow, the weigh-in a little earlier, 1:45. We're going to take our break and be back.
The AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Bassmaster sweepstakes prizes are crazy good, and you'd be crazy not to enter. Enter now for your chance to win a fishing trip with 2019 Toyota Bassmaster Angler of the Year Scott Canterbury. Trip includes hotel, airfare, rental car, and $500 spending cash, plus a Skeeter Boat ZX190W with Yamaha SHO outboard, Lowrance electronics, and an amazing prize package. Total value $52,000. There's a 100% chance you won't win if you don't enter. Go to Bassmaster.com and up the odds in your favor. It's fast and easy, and who knows, you could win.
If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
All you guys who had qualified for that very first Classic, what went through your mind when it was announced, Ray announced this, that it was going to be at a mystery lake?
It was real unique because we had our normal pattern of lakes that we'd fished on the trail to qualify, and 24 anglers qualified. Ray told us that he was going to have a mystery lake, and not only that, we could only take 10 pounds of tackle.
I hope you brought a lot of long string. And the envelope, I'll open it now. And in here we have the destination. I know all of you have been waiting. You're headed for Lake Mead. Next stop, Las Vegas.
He's going to send you the tackle. So he sent us the tackle box.
This is the old Plano 777. This is the original.
Yeah, so he knew what the tackle box weighed. The first thing we did was like a prize fight. We had a weigh-in, and each angler walk in there and they'd set their tackle box on that scale and watch that needle go up. And if it got past 10 pounds, Ray would open the tackle box up and start picking out which baits he wanted. And you didn't get them back. Most guys from Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi had never seen that clear water even in their drinking water. It's so clear. Ray made the statement that we're not gonna hold the world's championship in a fish hatchery. You're gonna have to show your talent here to catch them.
And of course, here we got a lot of the lures from back in those days, maybe not the specifics ones you used out there, but you had to take a little from every category because you didn't know where you were going.
The iconic brands that we had on the market back then were Rebels, Bombers, Cotton Cordell, Smithwick, which still remain the really iconic brands of today. And this little, where is it, right here? This was one of our most popular lures back then. That's a little 400 series Bomber. You can throw this into anything, any kind of cover or tree. Be a few old logs or stuff, but the way that thing had hit something, it would wind itself through one of those old cedar trees or a piece of brush. But, you know, these old lures performed the service that we needed at the time, getting it close to the cover, something with a lot of action on it that didn't hang up. So for 35 years, that was the lure back when I was a kid, and all the way when I became a professional angler. I still got some in my tackle box today. I can still catch them on it.
You can still catch a fish on them, can't you?
That's right. Every fish that strikes your lure is telling you something. Speed, depth, color, size. This tournament especially was the first World's Championship. All of that played out in spades because everybody had their talent, everybody had their weaknesses, and you just had to be a good angler in finding fish as well as catching them. Everybody's going to pack more of what they really got confidence in and throw a few lures in that they're not so confident. And what I did is I packed it at first without even thinking about the 10 pounds. I'm gonna pack what I think we need, and then I weighed my tackle box.
And then started subtracting.
Instead of having a Ziploc bag full of spinner baits, you put a half a dozen in there. You just worked your way down. You didn't work up to the 10, you worked your way down to 10, because when you walked in there, like I said, he's gonna set that on the scale, grazing through your tackle box, because he put them in his.
And you didn't get them back.
No. You know, I had hot spots and pop R's, old P70s, and some top waters there, spooks, you know, the things that I have confidence in. But when I got on that spinnerbait deal there, that was the key for me.
Cut. That's a wrap.
Great job as always, Bobby. Thank you. Thank
You
you
bet,
so
Tommy.
much.
Hey, would you like to have some of these lures?
Oh man, who wouldn't?
I guarantee you. How about you fellas? Huh, they're not paying attention. Don't forget to enter. You could take all these lures home with you.
Enter the Rebel Retro Lure giveaway presented by Plano Daily for a chance to win a set of rare collectible antique lures and a Plano 7.7 tackle box, just like those used by anglers at the very first Bassmaster Classic 50 years ago. Winner also receives a giant package of brand new lures and a new tackle box. Enter daily at bassmaster.com/retro lure giveaway. Deadline to enter is March 16th, 2020.
If you want to know how the best anglers always seem to find fish, stay on fish, and be in the right place at the right time, don't ask them. Just look at the name on the side of their boat. The one that's built 10 million motors, shallow water anchors, and more. No angler's gonna tell you their secrets, but they don't have to, because you already know. Minn Kota, fish for more.
If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
From the very first time, it's never stopped. It's always been there. To win. Dream big. And win on the biggest stage.
Son gets it done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination, unbelievable.
You're watching the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Folks who love bass fishing, you're in the right place. We're having a lot of fun. Today on Bassmaster Live, our tournament has really picked up action-wise here on the St. John's River. Things are popping. We are having fun, and they will be popping at the 50th anniversary of the World Championship of Fishing, the Academy Sports and Outdoors 2020 Bassmaster Classic presented by Hook. Going back to Birmingham, back to the roots, back to Lake Guntersville. All of that sounds great, and you know it will be a great spectacle and the #1 event, and always has been, in the world of bass fishing. This is the #1 event of the season. #1 meaning the first, absolutely, and it's a good one too. St. John's River always gives us plenty to follow, and we are following some changing stories, some great efforts out there today. Let's take you out right now to Jake Whitaker. He's had the drama, the good and the bad kind today, and he's going to be, well, it looks like, Davey.
He's got to be our Power Pole replay today. Check out Jake Whitaker with one fish in live well, and that was supposed to be his second. Unfortunately, he lost that fish when it jumped there. A solid 6, maybe a 7-pounder, and it took him a while, but his very next bite, another one. But fortunately for Jake Whitaker, gets this one in the boat.
That's what I'm freaking talking about. Sassy stick, choke, baby.
Jake Whitaker
That's
has
what we
to be our
needed
Power
right
Pole
there.
replay of the day for the agony of angling and then the thrill of victory.
It's so fun.
Not in the right order, but hey, you always want to get a shot at another big one if you lose that one earlier in the day.
Well, it gets that taste out of your mouth in
It
a
does.
big way.
The only way to get it out of there is to catch a nice fish.
Good for Jake. That shores him up in 3rd place for right now. just a few ounces ahead of Steve Kennedy. As we look at our Humminbird lay of the lake and the way all of our 88 anglers, full field, again out there. We've got 88 competing this season on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And I tell you what, that barren Lake George is still the striking thing.
It is. It just, every time we look at the Humminbird lay of the lake and I see no anglers on Lake George, it just blows my mind, because typically we would see about 80% of the field in Lake George, but here you see most of the anglers in the St. Johns River between Lake George and Palatka, our takeoff spot there in downtown Palatka. You see right here, and then there's a couple anglers north. Robbie Latuso, Todd Alton, I think, is up that way, Harvey Horn, and Paul Mueller, the farthest angler north, and doing really well. Got that canal all to himself.
Show you something from Robbie Latuso. He's certainly located some fish, and this is moments ago.
There we go. Is that number 5?
I believe it is. Boy, they are clones too, aren't they? Yeah. I mean, they are all just the same size.
Number 5, about 9 pounds, a little over 9.
Getting that limit so important.
Got a blog post here. Drew Cook doesn't have a
well,
marshal.
We started with pretty much fish yesterday, 1 3-pounder, and that was pretty much the only bait we had, so we made a move. Ran all the way upriver past the landing. Got a little area here and just caught a quick little limit. Not big, but I'm glad to have them. Try to get a big one now.
Drew Cook doesn't have a marshal, but he's got 2 fish for about 12 pounds. One of them is close to an 8-pounder. It's going to be in the blog real soon with another image of Brandon Cobb's big fish. It looks bigger than the 6 he reported.
This worm.
We never know till we see the stats, but it sure looks like things are a huge upgrade from yesterday as far as weight, numbers.
Certainly for Brandon
Seems
Cobb.
to be a lot of fish back here. I missed a big one up front. Keep throwing at them. Hopefully we can get another one to bite.
We've even seen a cull today.
All of yesterday, I counted up a 30-something, 31 fish over 3 pounds. We're past that already today.
So that average is going to go up, we think.
May not have a 9.2, but
we still got plenty of fishing time.
And we didn't think a 9.2 was going to happen anyways today. We thought maybe tomorrow. That's what we're banking on.
2 9.2s tomorrow. A little farther north. Paul Mueller.
Well, Mueller just landed within the last hour from pretty much that spot right there.
That's why I guess the little ones don't care. But a big one, nope. That'll call though, I think, maybe.
Says he's still got a 1-pounder. I don't know. He'll be close.
Taking no chances.
For real.
I think that'll actually help. If it's over, well, I got 3 in there like that. That's 1.5 pounds, so it definitely is bigger than one of them. It's definitely bigger than the one that's got that. Yeah.
That's 1.5 pounds.
1.5 pounds, yep. I'm gonna put that on that side.
Well, hats off to Kelly J. I mean, this is a volatile place, and he's been able to hang on to that lead most of the day. He was knocked out for a little bit.
To hang on to it with losing that good fish, he's fortunate. See, he's going to have to upgrade a little bit if he's going to plan on holding on to it at weigh-in.
Yeah. Oh, I ain't looking. I swore it's right on that bank.
I hung on. Need a heavier weight.
Davey, word is that we have footage, maybe we'll get this evening, from Brandon Luster stuck on the sandbar, and I've heard it's not as good as your Pluff Mud video, but he said it was pretty good, so word is.
I want to see that.
I still remember.
Did he have to push off?
I don't know. I know that there's a depression in it now from where his rooster tail yesterday.
Oh, I bet.
Be a fish spawning there in, like 5 days.
Made a ditch. Trench.
Get out and back here. Let's drop enough. We'll make about 3 more casts to that float right there, and then we're gonna go. Yeah, back out and start over at that right where it starts.
Does not care at all. But he can fish. Are we on mix right now? 4 box. We need to catch a bass then.
Flight 1 anglers got about an hour and a half fishing time left to go. Later flights will go a little longer. You got to think that's a bit of an advantage with the warming trend continuing, the sun continuing to heat the water up.
Somebody's going to catch a game changer between now and check in. You think about it, Jake caught him a big one to get over losing that one, but he and Kelly J both, had a chance to put a big distance between themselves and second place.
Boy, and there's guys fighting for that 20th position. Chad Pipkin's fish just came in on Bass Track. He's 20th right now with almost 20 pounds, so I think it's going to go up a little bit more than that, like you said, Davey.
£20 total, correct?
Right now,
today.
yes, not today.
Yeah.
20 pounds total, 10 each, Dave.
Yeah, it was going to be one of two tournaments, it seemed. Like with the weather changing, we got the TH Marine Weather Watch here. But with
there we go.
With the weather changing, it could be a close event going to the final day, or it could have been a just runaway with 3 dudes. It was one or the other.
Still time. Say, Ronnie, the TH Marine Weather Watch shows tomorrow's forecast for up towards 80 degrees, which is, again, we've said it before, we get some very close to the way it was before the weather arrived in advance of the tournament, a couple of days before the tournament. Low of 58 tonight. It's considerably warmer.
Oh, that'll be huge.
Lattuzo hanging in there in the top 6. 3 ounces ahead of the guy with the biggest limit of the day by far, Taku Ito.
Looking forward to him being in our top 10 and spend some time with him tomorrow. And
love to kind of figure out what he's doing. Absolutely. You saw him with the bridge, Palatka Bridge right behind him, not far from the takeoff at all. Got to meet him and his wife and a young child at a meeting back before Christmas with all the anglers. Very nice people. And Mrs. Ito and child were headed back to Japan so they could finish school, and then they'll be over here in June when the summer break comes on.
And they hold heat too.
There's Clark.
All right, Clark.
Up. Been a while. Ooh. There we go.
Not bad.
Had to get another shot. It must have been over a dock piling or something.
Finally got a bite. Good grief, I've made a lot of pitches with no bites, but that's not a bad fish.
Number 4 for Clark.
I mean, all it takes is one big one, and I thought that was him, actually. When I set the hook on that fish, he wrapped around, there's a dock pole right there, and he went around that pole, and I kind of thought it was like a giant, like a really big one. But, when you get that pressure from that fish like that on that pole, there's some barnacles here. I have not broke off because of barnacles, but there is some. And when you get that pressure like that, you just basically kind of hold on, and that pole right there. You just basically hold on and don't put as much pressure on them. It's all you can do. And it worked out that time.
Anytime we see a big field of pads like this, Davey, they're all over this lake. Go to a place like the Red River, it's nothing but that. You find the productive spots and you can pull that water out. What's it gonna look like under there? What makes a difference? What makes one stand of pads better than all the rest?
Well, a lot of different things, but I'd say probably the most obvious, and we've heard some of the anglers talk about, the deep water being close by.
Y'all doing all right today?
The deeper water being close by is oftentimes what you want. Hard bottom, we've kind of noticed with Mueller, there's a piece of wood in this pad field. So you have the wood and the vegetation there together.
And you just sort of
a mat like you see here, rather than just all pads and then just one mat, definitely would make fish gravitate to that one area, especially in a cold front situation. If they're spawning, they don't want that mat over their head. You know, they need the sunlight. But with a cold front, you got a pad field like you see there in front of Canterbury. If you do have that one mat, then those fish will relate to it, no doubt.
I know they'll spawn on the pad roots sometimes, and well, again, first flight, they just got about an hour's worth of fishing times. That means we're getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. They're in Palatka. We always sing the praises of Palatka, Florida. It's always a great place to start your season because we're getting into the height of the season in this part of the world. And Dave Mercer is in Palatka at our weigh-in. People are starting to filter in there. There's Dave right there. We toss it to Dave Mercer right now. Go, Dave.
Thanks a lot, guys. And you know, I mean, we come to Palatka. We come to Palatka. We come to a bass-rich community. The sixth time the Elite Series has been here. Something to let you know, though. Tomorrow, let you know we're starting a little earlier. Obviously, as you know, we try to give, Trip Weldon, our tournament director, will always try to give as much time, as close to 8 hours as possible. So what they've done tomorrow is we're going to start a little earlier. We're going to try start at 6:45. So if you're coming in the local area, you're coming down and cheer along, our anglers need to get there a little earlier and weigh in tomorrow. They're going to check in at 1:45 and weigh-ins at 2 o'clock. But we have got a big weigh-in coming here this afternoon. Obviously, 88 anglers. We got to cut it down to 20. Are we going to see giant fish? I mean, where are you from?
I'm from Middleburg, probably about 25 miles north of here.
What shocked you about yesterday's weigh-in? I mean, about as tough of conditions as you can see.
It's the weather. It's the weather. You got bluebird skies, you got cold nights, and the days aren't being warm long enough, and it just pulls the fish back, and they're having trouble to adjust.
Will we see this lake open its mighty bounty, or this river, on Monday?
I believe Monday will.
Who's betting?
We got a warm night tonight. I believe it'll be good.
Who thinks this guy's totally full of crap? Anybody disagree? Nobody. Everybody agrees.
Everybody agrees, man. Absolutely, man. We're going to see some fat bags today. I believe we're going to see some good bags today, and I think tomorrow, they're going to even be bigger bags tomorrow with this temperature warming up. And I'm telling you, these guys are going to whack them.
Okay, you've got an incredible voice. You should really be on the radio or something like that, or I really don't want you talking much more in this microphone before they fire me and hire you. But we did a little game called 6 Seconds at Takeoff this morning. I'm going to give you the opportunity, 6 seconds, to name as many fishing excuses as you can, and go.
Old line, boat broke down, motor spun a prop, and battery quit.
I really expected you to be much better. Who thinks they can do better than that?
Absolutely.
Nobody.
No excuses. There is no excuse for not going fishing.
With a beard like that, there is no excuse.
And to give you an idea, I came all the way from Rio Rancho, New Mexico to be here. This is my favorite tournament right here.
Really?
Yeah.
We are going to move you up front because I need to stare at that beard. That is. Mark Zona said that Brent Ayler is his spirit animal. That beard is my spirit animal.
We have something in brotherhood here.
We do. Yeah. We do. Yes, we do. Traveled a long distance. Watch this. We got some Aussies here. Bassmaster is truly a worldwide sport. We saw what Carl did, and you guys obviously here cheering on Carl Jones.
Absolutely. Hopefully he'll catch a couple more fish this afternoon and get up into that top 20, and that'll be awesome. We'll stick around for another day if he does.
Do you think you could give me as many Australian fishing excuses as you can? 6 seconds.
Too cold, too wet, too dry, too many fires.
Too many fires.
Factual. We want to send our love
He's
to
updated his list.
Australia and to all the world. The first and only 20 eventually rare. Amanda Avco Elite.
Dave Mercer, thank you so much. We got more on the way. Again, that weigh-in coming up from Palatka. It looks like they're getting kind of revved up for that. That crowd is ready to go. What did we say? They're bass fishing savvy?
Absolutely. Locals, and then you had a guy from New Mexico, some people from Australia. I mean, they come a long way.
Like
to
C. Everett
Palatka,
Coop
Florida.
in the mix as well.
Yes,
So,
yes.
I mean, how are you going to beat all of that? That was good. Great stuff.
That's the only way you beat that. Catch those beautiful fish like Paul Mueller. Clark Wendlandt with his 4th here. Good solid fish.
Oh, man. Good stuff. Oh, man. Don't get too close to that barbecue grill.
I was gonna
That's
say.
a reason for that, right? There's some brisket in that thing. I guarantee you.
Don't even think about
Towser
it.
there has been staked out to keep the peace. All right, Kelly J on top still. Slim margin over Paul Mueller. Paul Mueller catching a good one in the last hour and a half. A big 5-pound largemouth bass. Jake Whitaker up and down for the day, but generally up and going in the right direction. Steve Kennedy hanging in there. Scott Canterbury doing exactly what he set out to do today. Clark Wendlandt making a case for hanging in there. Latuso and all the rest. We're going to be back with more in just a moment.
The AFCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River is being brought to you live by Yamaha. Blue Water by TH Marine. Offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia, for life.
The Bassmaster Elite Series is coming to Lake Chickamauga February 14 through 17. See the pros weigh in at Point Park and Dayton and explore the Outdoors Expo with displays, kids' activities, and more. It's fun for the whole family and all events are free. For details, go to Bassmaster.com.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new Tour Grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
While I travel the country on the Bassmaster Elite Series, I simply can't let the weather be the reason I don't win $100,000. That's why I use AFCO clothing to keep me warm, dry, and protected from whatever Mother Nature wants to throw at me. My season depends on it. My career depends on it. AFCO, any fish, any water.
If you love bass fishing, then show your support by joining B.A.S.S today. With your membership, you'll receive every issue of Bassmaster magazine, plus $50 in free gear, including a membership tackle bag, B.A.S.S cap, plus more. Click now on this video to join today.
In the wild, nature dictates that when it's time to eat, animals will instinctively find and devour the meal that satisfies them most. In the water, Berkeley Powerbait's scientifically proven formula triggers the natural predatory instinct in bass. Now available in a plethora of shapes, sizes, and colors. Berkeley Powerbait. Fish bite and won't let go.
For over 70 years and 18 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And right now through March 31st, you can buy Save Fish with rebates of up to $1,500 on the all-new FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the new FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX190 and ZX250. Hurry! Buy Save Fish ends March 31st. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com to see why now is the best time to buy the Skeeter of your dreams.
I can vividly remember back when I was a kid and, searching for information. And it was so much work and it was such a struggle to get that knowledge, to get that information.
We talked about the equipment, we talked about the bait, we talked about how to pick it apart.
It's highly detailed, specific information from A to Z to help you learn, get to the water, and become a better angler quickly. That's what the Bass University is all about.
You're watching the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Oh yeah, we got an hour's and more for some of the anglers fishing time. Today on the second day of competition, next to last day, we're going to cut it down to 20 at the weigh-in today, and that comes your way right here on Bassmaster.com at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Dave Mercer, and we got a little taste of the crowd. As we say, a savvy bass fishing crowd there. They've got their favorites. They've got their heroes. You're going to see a lot of energy and a lot of anxiety on the part of a lot of anglers at this one, because you don't want to miss out on the final day that we have got coming, because listen to Davey Height, listen to everyone who knows that's when it's going to happen.
It's absolutely going to happen this afternoon, and some guys that when they weigh in are going to say, dang, that one fish that I lost, I could be leading this thing. There's going to be several anglers that we know of that can say that at this point. I'm sure there are more.
Starting to put the puzzle together. A lot of these guys, of course, we're still working on putting the puzzle together. That's why we lean on Ronnie Moore and the screen of knowledge. Ronnie, what do you got for us?
Well, you were talking about anxiety and guys like wishing they had, a better tournament. Well, that's what a lot of people in fantasy fishing are going to be having. And they're going to be kicking themselves because the guys at the top of the leaderboard right now, our top 5 on Bass Trek, Kelly J, Paul Mueller, Jake Whitaker, Steve Kennedy, and Scott Canterbury, those guys have figured out their own stretch of water. We haven't, they're all fishing kind of not by themselves, but they're on 5 different parts of this river. And for the guys in fantasy fishing, as we go over here, what's crazy about these guys, other than Steve Kennedy, he was picked by 30% of fantasy fishing. 30% of the people, I think the 3rd or 4th highest pick. Other than that, Kelly J, 2%. Paul Mueller, 3%. Jake Whitaker, 1%. Scott Canterbury, 4%. So
Wow.
4 of your top 5 right now were picked by less than 4% of people in fantasy fishing. So it's pretty incredible that you can go off gut intuition. You can think, hey, maybe there's docks played last year. Maybe some dock guys will do well. But those guys who took a risk on these low percentage guys are cashing in big time with just a day and a half left of fishing.
You went over this yesterday. Tell us again why Kennedy was such a popular pick here.
I think Kennedy was a popular pick because he's been here for every Elite Series event at least. He's seen the changes. He's a guy, when there's big bass that are around, that he's going to do well. And I just think, experience. I think they're ready for him. And also, when you're going to put a picture in the pregame gallery of you throwing a snagless Sally, I think some people are going to just pick you. But I haven't seen that today, so I don't know about that at all.
That was a game changer for
In my
his...
Rapala fantasy fishing team, I don't upgrade someone because they're throwing a snagless Sally. I'm just going to have to say.
Well,
but it worked for him.
It's worth noting that Buddy Gross and Brandon Cobb, the 2 highest guys, are doing a little bit better today. Brandon Cobb struggled mightily and hurt a lot of people yesterday in fantasy fishing.
Well, there you go. Thanks so much, Ronnie Moore, Screen of Knowledge. We're going to review the knowledge that we have gained today. As I say, we try to put the puzzle together. We're trying to get a better idea of how things are progressing, and I would say generally, yes, they are progressive. We do note that. Clark Wendlandt. That was an earlier catch from Clark Wendlandt, I believe. Oh, and that was a disappointment.
This one he thought was the one. He caught an 8-12 yesterday. That fish actually bit and went right around behind a dock pole and made it appear to be much bigger than it was. But hey, that was number 4. He was happy to get it. It had been a long time between number 3 and number 4.
Matt Airy switching things up, mixing it up a little bit in the same area where Kelly J is strictly jerkbait fishing, but Matt got a lot of success by throwing some different stuff.
Yeah, he absolutely did. And I'm going to say maybe not the winner of Power Pole or Mercury Move of the day, but him switching his Texas rig definitely saved his day. Fishing a jerk bait and a little top water, doing some different things, but the first cast we saw him make, it may not have been his very first cast, but early on, when he picked up this Texas rig, looked like a 10-inch, June bug colored, dark colored worm, we saw him catch his limit in a matter of about an hour.
Spent a lot of time with our next angler here, Scott Canterbury, yesterday. He was about the most solid angler we had on camera, but today he's back at the same place, and not just lighting it up all the time, but boy, just as solid and doing exactly what he set out to do, catch 10 pounds of fish.
Absolutely. Had 17 pounds yesterday, a little more than I think he expected from this area. And the thing that impresses me about Scott Canterbury, going back to the same general area he caught him last year, everyone knows he caught him there. There was more company there this year, and he still caught the biggest weight out of that area of anyone in that area.
Especially today, you saw a boat in the picture, a different boat in the picture with him every time we went to him.
And Steve Kennedy, we saw him first thing this morning, right when we went to him on live. He missed a fish that he said was in the 5-pound class. Just a little later, he did catch this good solid fish. The thing that I noticed about Steve Kennedy, he's not catching many just little small 1-pound males. A lot of his fish seem to be in that 3 to 3.5-pound class. Yesterday, with a good stringer, one of the few people that I think he had 19 even yesterday, and 19 even. Had one 5-pounder, and the rest were that 3.5, 3.25, 3.5-pound class. So he's on the right size. If he gets that big bite like some of these other anglers that had the weight yesterday, he would take the lead, no doubt about it. This one he had a little tough time getting in over this limb, but he did get it in. It was fun to watch, a little stressful for Steve Kennedy, no doubt. Didn't have his limit at this point. Not quite a Lee Livesey moment, but similar.
Yeah. That's sort of a mini Lee Livesey moment right there.
There again, you see just a solid fish for Steve Kennedy.
I caught a mudfish there the beach before.
Steve Kennedy, at one time, the owner of the record for the most productive 4 days of fishing, the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Well, Jake Whitaker told us this morning that yesterday he did not have a bite until between 11:30 and 12 o'clock. He got his moved to this area, on a wacky rig with a stick bait on there. Caught his first fish this morning a lot earlier than he did yesterday. You can tell he's bundled up there.
Cold.
Yeah, absolutely. Got off to a great start. Took a little while, but he got this bite. About a 6 or 7 pounder, according to Jake and his cameraman. Jumped off. Such a disappointment. Went about an hour before he got his next bite, but it was the kind that you want, no doubt about it. Here, Jake Whitaker with a solid 6-pound bass.
Sassy stick, choked, baby.
A little later, in a different canal, we see him catch his, I think this was his third keeper, third or fourth?
This was his fourth. His third was just a one even.
Just a keeper, but solid fish there to get closer to his limit.
Paul Mueller right up there near the top to start his day, right behind Kelly J. And doing a little something different, fishing in a different, completely different section of the lake than most anglers.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Mueller with 20 pounds, 8 ounces yesterday. He said, I waited until mid-morning to go to my best area, and I'm gonna do the same thing tomorrow, which is today. I was talking to him last night. He fished new water this morning, caught several fish, keepers, no big ones, and then this is his first fish about 10 o'clock, 10:30, something like that, in his best area. We've seen him catch his limit and have a good string today in this area. Fishing farther north than any other angler that we've seen, and man, is it nice to be in Florida and have a canal to yourself. He's got a whole stretch of river to himself. This is his biggest fish so far today.
A limit and a good keeper, that's about all you can ask for.
That's the kind that make all the difference in the world. He had just small fish before that one. Not quite sure what to guess that one. They saying 5 pounds. Gosh, it's big, but it is a very short fish. A young, beautiful Florida bass.
Well, John Cruz was a man who had a terrific tournament here, including the biggest fish of the tournament, 11 plus last year, 2019. And he's doing his best to just be consistent, be solid, be catching them. Maybe not all the time, but steadily.
Absolutely. John Cruz fishing along with a lot of the other anglers that did well and caught those big fish last year, the northern part of Lake George. He's just off of the river this year, yesterday and today, catching his fish in these canals using a Tokyo rig. And soft plastics, he said, unnamed missile soft plastic, something they're going to introduce at the Bassmaster Classic this year.
Louisianan Robbie Latuso, last year's first day leader. About the time we caught up with him, he was just sort of finding the fish he was looking for.
Very slow start this morning for Robbie. He told me last night, I'm concerned about the docks that I fished last year and this year replenishing. I might have to move around and try to find a new area. That was definitely the case. He only had one bass when we were with him just before he moved and got on this stretch. Not big ones, but he's been able to fill his limit. Definitely save his day, even if he only has 8 or 10 pounds. After a good start yesterday, you've got to go out and at least catch 8 or 10 pounds, and I think he has done that.
Well, as we said, hats off to Kelly J. A place as volatile as this. He started the day with the lead, and he has been able somehow to hang on to it all day long, despite a little bit of adversity.
Yeah, the high pressure and no winds this morning. Kelly J with a slow start, had this fish early, but boy, the bites were so few and far between. Finally caught that fish for us. I really thought he was going to get off to a good start, but you see just slick, calm. He's in Salt Springs. A lot of company in there. You know when you go into Salt Springs, you're going to have company. There's no doubt about it. He catches this fish a little later. He has number 2. Throwing a jerk bait. Haven't seen him throw anything else.
No.
Doesn't really surprise me. When you catch a 9-2 and you're the tournament leader, I would be a little stubborn too. That's number 3. He just needed that big bite, and here he gets it.
Oh, God, dang it. Oh. God, that was a freaking big one.
I know sometimes we like to talk about the big ones that got away, but you could absolutely tell the way that fish overpowered him, that was a big fish. He said it was in the exact same spot where he caught the 9-2 yesterday. Almost the exact same cast, he said. Unfortunately, today he did not land the big bite. So far, still got fishing time. Yeah. But like you said, Tommy, he's been able to hang on to the lead.
Absolutely. Most of the day he has hung on to that lead. Still, it is not a giant lead by any, just ounces only ahead of Paul Mueller. And of course, these weights are unofficial. We make it official at the weigh-in, which is getting ever closer. Jake Whitaker looking at a possible shot at his first Bassmaster Elite Series win.
Jay Yellis completed his limit with about 2 fish for more than 6 pounds that jump inside. Top 10 there at 7th. And Ito called again, a couple ounces, but he's over 18 now.
I always watch the weigh-in, Dave Mercer and the weigh-in, but I'm so curious to see what Paul Mueller's fish weighs. That short, beautiful, stocky fish.
Hard to tell. Again, one that looks big when Jake Whitaker holds it up.
Yeah.
And one that looks big when Paul holds it. May not be the same size.
They're in this patch. I need some wood mixed. I feel like I need some wood mixed in my pads. Yeah. So was my bite yesterday next to that tree.
I ain't hurting it.
I'm gonna
turn around. You're all right.
Like they had some laydowns and stuff in them.
I'm gonna throw a swim jig out in there. I'm not gonna fish no further.
Brandon Palaniuk just called with a 3-pounders up to 11.5 in 16th place.
Saw that.
No, sir. It's been slow on me. Real slow.
Sure we're all alive. God, that just made them mad just opening the live well.
Yeah, it's been real slow.
keeping every little nook and cranny honest here.
He is. He has certainly been patient today. I think he stayed in that one canal all day.
I think you're right. It looks the same as where he started. Like you say, he's got a very efficient motion, and he can go all day for sure.
I'm about to set it down on the bottom. I'm about to set it down on the bottom.
Really?
Yeah.
How deep is it right here?
1 foot.
Oh, shoot.
We good.
Yeah, we would have felt that.
A little bit. I'm gonna get on down here.
I think the cameraman was concerned for his own well-being there.
Where this deeper water comes into these pads. As soon as it starts dropping off, I'm gonna cut in and start fishing.
Todd Auten right there. Haven't seen so much of him all day today.
Pads, that's why I slowed down. Then when I cut it in, I realized I was on top of a flat.
Thing about this lake, though, you can pull up anywhere and catch a big one.
Looks like deeper water comes in a lot tighter right in here. It's not really falling off much. I could find some better stuff. Uh-oh. Cutting them up over there. Chopper.
Well, you kind of wouldn't think it'd be real proper to shade anywhere.
Need a seat?
Interesting to hear Matt Airy's comments as he going down the line, taking a look at what's available there. He's got his 10 pounds for today, so he's got to feel like he's done his job.
Yeah, and he was looking for a stretch that the deeper water came in a little closer to those pads, and I think maybe his map was showing him that it was that way, but it wasn't. It was flat. With one more bite would sure go a long way for Clark. Like you were saying earlier, Ronnie, you've got to catch 5.
Well, there's a lot of guys in that same boat there, Davey. Right outside the cut, Kyle Welcher and Cody Holland. Holland's had a pretty good day, 15-14 with 4 fish, though. And Jason Williamson just filled his limit, and he's making a move to get inside that top 20. He's 24th.
I got 5. Maybe 14. What? Maybe 14.
No, that's good, dude.
What you got?
Like maybe 10 pounds.
What did you have yesterday?
7.
Damn. I got 2 peckerheads. I need to get rid of them. I don't know.
This little section here is kind of like your G's grind.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't want to get your way.
Really, just from that point, that buoy up there to right here, and then I turn around. Not much. I don't care if you fish over there. I don't care. No, I don't care. I'm gonna go down through here, even though I ain't went down through here today. I went down through here yesterday to get a bite, but there's a ditch. That channel runs right around this spine. I don't know why I didn't catch none here yesterday. But we're gonna give it a whirl. Either that or I can go straight and catch 2 more peckerheads right up there.
Kelly J started the day with a 15-ounce lead over Paul Mueller, and now things have really changed. Now he's got an 11-ounce lead over Paul Mueller for all that we've seen today.
Wow.
These guys have not drifted even a quarter of a pound apart, really.
We could have canceled today's fishing and
for all the number one spot matters, yeah.
Oh, there's
it's been fun to watch.
Quite a few people like Brandon Lester and Brandon Cobb that are certainly glad they went today because they have salvaged their tournament.
Yeah, so you're in at 13.8, but I mean that 4 pound that's bigger than 4 remnants. And then
that 3.
Rick Clun just landed his first fish of the day.
What we got for you right now is B&W Trailer Hitches live on the line, and we had a good look at David Mullins. Well, a brief look at David earlier today, having a good tournament here, David, and I hope we can interrupt you for just a brief moment here to kind of get your take on how the day has gone and how it's lived up or not lived up to expectations.
I've actually had more bites today than I did yesterday. All my bites for some reason smaller. I'm trying to flip some pads now to see if any females come up last night. But again, I've caught more fish today, but they haven't been the size of the ones I caught yesterday. And I'm 1 bite away, I think, from being maybe in the top 20. So I know I need one good bite, and I'm trying to get it in here flipping some pads.
How much time actually do you have left? What flight are you in, David?
2 o'clock, I'm going to be in at 3:20, so I don't have a whole lot of time. I've got about roughly 50 minutes or something, an hour to play around with. So, I got enough time to do it. It's just if I can get 1 bite. And like I said, it's been frustrating because I've had more bites today, but they've just not been the size of the ones I had yesterday.
Have you been able to see any fish on the bed? Has the water come up and cleared up any today for you to see any, or are you just flipping pads?
Yeah, I stayed close and hunkered. I really ran the tide yesterday where it was so low, and I did that this morning when it's so low. So I haven't even looked for any fish at this point. It's been probably the first time I've ever come to St. John's and not sight fish. I'm fishing, and like I said, I need one good bite. I probably got 9 pounds in live well, maybe 8 or 9 pounds, and one good bite to get me up there to around 11 or 12, and that's what I need again, I think.
David, everyone says it's going to be a different day tomorrow, that they're really going to be coming, really going to be bringing it. Would you stick with basically your game plan that served you for 2 days now, or you got something up your sleeve you might try tomorrow?
If I made the cut, I would probably try to find a way to catch a bigger bag, and that would probably be going from maybe south where it's been a lot warmer than up here in Palatka. But, I don't see a big wave coming up. I mean, it's just, last year we had those fish come up, it was like 80-some degrees for 3 days, and it really moved. I just don't see them, even though we got a full moon, I just don't see a lot coming up. Now, everybody might catch 30 pounds a day and call me wrong, but I haven't seen that big push. And, I thought by flipping the pads, I would really, get a bite here and there, and it's just not the case. So I'm not sure how much big push they're going to make. Sure, some coming up, but that's not going to be like it was last year, in my opinion.
Well, David, congratulations on wrapping up the season last year in such a strong fashion. We wish you good luck on getting off to a good, strong start this year. That's David Mullins from Tennessee. Out there giving it. Thank you, Dave, for letting us intrude on your time a little bit. We're getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. Don't mess with that guy. Keep that in mind. That fella right there is guarding food.
And he is too, bro.
He is too. He's wanting more food, that one right there. Doesn't look underfed at all.
So glad we got all these dog pictures for Ronnie Moore today.
Dr. Underbite right there. Got his own special way of doing things. We're putting on the dog here on the St. Johns River.
And
Get that cat out of here.
Yeah.
Here we go. All right. Kelly J, Paul Mueller just about locked where they started the day, despite all that's gone on, and who knows what's going to go on tomorrow. But we're getting closer and closer to getting the official story, weight-wise, on what happened out there today. Got about 20 more minutes of Bassmaster Live. Steve Kennedy hanging in there. Scott Canterbury. Taku Ito with a giant day-to-day. Who's going to make a last-minute big-time move? We'll come back and find out.
The AFCO Bassmaster Elite at St. Johns River is brought to you by Nitro Boats, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, Triton Boats, Talon, and by Yamaha.
Your time on the water is precious. You return season after season to make unforgettable memories. Fight a few fish, reconnect with friends, and recenter yourself. If you count on having this time, you need an outboard you can count on to power it. That's why boaters stay with Yamaha for the long run, for life. They know reliability starts here.
Pre-collision system, standard, on the 2020 Tacoma, so you can go from one epic playground to the next. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
If you want to know how the best anglers always seem to find fish, stay on fish, and be in the right place at the right time, don't ask them. Just look at the name on the side of their boat. The one that's built 10 million motors, shallow water anchors, and more. No angler's gonna tell you their secrets, but they don't have to, because you already know. Minn Kota, fish for more.
In the wild, nature dictates that when it's time to eat, animals will instinctively find and devour the meal that satisfies them most. In the water, Berkeley Powerbait's scientifically proven formula triggers the natural predatory instinct in bass. Now available in a plethora of shapes, sizes, and colors. Berkeley Powerbait. Fish bite and won't let go.
Son gets it done. Jordan Lee, back-to-back domination, unbelievable.
The season is starting and it's time for you to bring it. Pit your knowledge against friends and fans everywhere in Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. It's free and it starts by signing up. Then pick your 5-angler team for each event. Grand prize winner gets a Bass Pro Shop shopping spree, cash, and Rapala prize pack. Plus new opportunities including $4,000 worth of prizes for each individual event winner. Plus another $500 if you're a Bass member. Total value for the season is $90,000. Sign up today and start bringing it at BassmasterFantasy.com.
What do a taco and a taco truck have in common? Nothing. If you want to play, you need a Tacoma.
This reel allows you to cover more water, make more casts, giving you more opportunities to catch more fish. The new Revo Rocket, Abu Garcia for life.
Blue Water by TH Marine, offering LED lighting solutions for your boat, trailer, truck, ATV, and so much more. Engineered and built to be rugged with waterproof and submersible options. Designed for easy installation, Blue Water is available in a variety of colors and styles. All backed by a limited lifetime warranty. Blue Water by TH Marine.
I'm pro angler Andy Montgomery. I've been making my living with Strike King products for a long time. So when they showed me the new tour grade line, I was all in. I knew I could trust it. What I didn't know was how easy it was to use. With the spooling tool and the prepaid envelope to recycle your old line included in every single box. Not only is it the best line on the market, it gives you the easiest fishing experience possible. Find out more at StrikeKing.com.
For over 70 years and 18 consecutive NMMA Consumer Satisfaction Awards, Skeeter continues to set the standard. And right now through March 31st, you can buy Save Fish with rebates of up to $1,500 on the all-new FXR Limited, up to $2,500 on the new FXR Apex, and double rebates of up to $3,000 on the ZX190 and ZX250. Hurry! Buy Save Fish ends March 31st. Visit your local dealer or SkeeterBoats.com to see why now is the best time to buy the Skeeter of your dreams.
I can vividly remember back when I was a kid and, searching for information. And it was so much work and it was such a struggle to get that knowledge, to get that information.
We talked about the equipment, we talked about the bait, we talked about how to pick it apart.
It's highly detailed, specific information from A to Z to help you learn, get to the water, and become a better angler quickly. That's what the Bass University is all about.
You're watching the AFTCO Bassmaster Elite at St. John's River, being brought to you live by Yamaha.
Getting down to the final minutes of our Bassmaster Live presentation for this Sunday. It sure has been great having you along with us. We got some more fishing yet to show you, though. Kelly J, the man still on top. He started the day in that position. Paul Mueller started just about the same distance behind him. Let's take you out and show you something that just happened moments ago with the guy who really we spent a lot of time with yesterday. Let's go to Canterbury.
There you go. Stay on, baby. That no keep. Stay on. Stay on.
Number 5. Pretty good one.
A good one to be number 5.
Mm-hmm.
For the day.
Kitchen pads yesterday and every other time today, but there he was off the bank a little bit with a drop shot, it looked like to me. Oh, that's
a good call there.
Cole.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Very
What a
good call.
relief.
Yeah. He's going to get most of that fish.
What a relief. They're there. What are they doing? Just looking at it every time it goes by them, I guess. I mean, that's so crazy. We got 5 finally. It's nothing easy, but I really thought I was in danger of not catching 5. Throwing a little drop shot.
I'm just going to go when I'm ready.
Scott Canterbury getting his 5, so important. We talked about that today.
Well, I need a little late day heroics. Just still got 4 and just struggled today. I've had a couple other bites, but man, I tell you what, it's been tough. And a lot of boats, you know, I just keep thinking they're coming. Full moon, it's warm, good sunny day, but just hadn't really happened for me.
About an hour left. Let's play.
I'm actually going to take off and go run to a place I had a couple bites, and it's a long run. We'll just see.
From Clark Wendlandt, we're going to take you over to, man, we started out on this morning, Jake Whitaker.
Say it again. So we got about 40 minutes left. I'm just still sneaking around in these canals, man. I mean, nothing's really changed. I honestly have nothing else that I found in practice that was working. This was my game plan. I mean, it's worked fairly decent for now. I don't know. Hopefully, we may have enough to squeak in tomorrow, but I mean, we had the opportunity. The opportunity was there. We had, 5 bites. Unfortunately, the big one got away from us. So, but that happens. It is what it is. It's all good. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose with those things. But we got two really good fish, and then 2 just keepers, obviously. But one more would be great. It's always. It's not good whenever you don't bring in your limit, so, but it is what it is. I wouldn't have done anything any different today, so, besides getting that big one in, but that's part of fishing. We're going to hammer out these last 40 minutes, head to weigh in, see what's going on.
You heard Jake Whitaker say, I got 40 minutes here. One reason he's got 40 minutes because he's took not such a long trip. We found him first this morning because he's not far from Palatka, not too far from our weigh-in. Is that going to be? Well, yes, it is. It's going to be our Mercury move of the day. Where you choose to go makes a difference.
Well, it's got to be the Mercury move of the day because Jake Whitaker, if you're just tuning in, did not have a fish at 11:30 yesterday. Had tried plan A and plan B, and those didn't work out. He went to plan C, and you see him in these canals about halfway to Lake George, the Weelacka area. Caught a few fish yesterday afternoon and made the right move today to go into these canals. Caught a good solid 3.5 pounder early this morning. Went, good while, maybe, there's the time there. And then 10:04, he had his second bite. This was the first one here. This was the first, about 3.5 pounder. You can tell he's bundled up. He had just made the run down there and hadn't been fishing long, catches this 3.5 pounder. Good start for him, especially given the fact that yesterday he didn't catch a fish until almost noon. So good start for him this morning, definitely the move of the day. A little after this fish though, he really had his chance to be the hero of the day with the Mercury move of the day, but he lost this 6 to 7 pounder. Cameraman and Jake Whitaker both said that fish was 6+. About an hour later, he gets this bite, his very next bite after losing that big one. Beautiful fish
baby.
right here.
That's what I'm freaking talking about. Sassy stick, choke, baby.
Didn't lose that one. They got him back going with some positive momentum. A little later, caught this being his 4th fish here, just a solid keeper. Jake Whitaker's our Mercury move today.
One thing that's interesting about it is you look at the top 5 guys. Everyone is literally where they've been, other than that Canterbury Cole just a second ago. Jay, Mueller, Kennedy, and Canterbury are all where they started the day. He's the only difference in the top 5, which is interesting.
See if I can get past this guy.
He was 9th, right? Coming into today.
Yes.
Go towards the back for the last 30 minutes or so.
Well, if he figures out some way to knock out a win tomorrow, we will have him up on that unicycle on stage, and that might be a candidate for move of the day.
Absolutely.
If you can give us a few victory laps on a unicycle.
If you're just tuning in, Such informed us that Jake Whitaker was on his elementary school unicycle team.
It's in the media guide. He told the media guide folks that. Ronnie knew that, though.
Because my wife is a former nerd unicycler as well.
What is this, Carolina unicycle cult or something like that?
I don't know, and I don't want to offend anybody. I just think I think it's funny. Like, I can drive a boat 75 under control, but I will break my neck on a unicycle. So it is what it is. I'm just probably jealous.
I've tried it before. It's not easy.
He said a 6-foot one too, not just one you can.
It's a tall one.
That's
with a big long chain.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's way up there to pedal that.
I can see Jake on that.
That would be imposing.
Riding around the stage carrying a blue trophy on a 6-foot unicycle.
If he did that with the weight of the trophy
on a unicycle.
All right, the music. We know the music. That music is everything. Power pole. What, Davey?
Replay of the day. You know that tune, Tommy Sanders, and this has got to be it. Paul Mueller. Yesterday in 2nd place, and he had fallen back a little bit. But this put him right back up there, just ounces behind Kelly J. Beautiful, short, stocky,
Short but stout, man.
St.
Thank you,
John's
Lord.
River bass. Paul Mueller, you are our Power Pole replay of the day. Swimming a jig yesterday, had to switch up a little bit today. Using a heavyweight, punching these mats. Was able to catch this big fish along with several other fish under those mats today, where yesterday he was using a 3/8 ounce Strike King hack attack jig, black blue, to catch his 20 pounds, 8 ounces. Today they weren't wanting to chase that swim jig as much, so he pulled out the heavyweight and caught him a solid limit, anchored by this. Gosh, that bass is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
He is rotund. That is a stocky fish right there.
something harbor.
Kelly J there with the 11-ounce lead over Paul Mueller. We have it unofficially right now. Again, some of these anglers getting, especially the ones further south, maybe on their way or very near,
Yes.
nearly on their way.
Because if you're not familiar with the St. Johns River, there's on the south end of Lake George, there's quite a few speed limit zones, some no wakes, all manatee zones. It's just not flat out running. You've got to slow down if you're down there and after.
Yes, sir.
Extra.
Heck yeah. They will all make it back, and we will have a weigh-in for you right here. Starting at 3 o'clock, not that far away. Oh, man. Been a fun day. I mean, there has been plenty to occupy our attention today. Gotta be with us tomorrow morning, Bassmaster Live. Same time in the morning, 7:30 to 10:30 Eastern Time. The afternoon session will be cut short just a little bit. So that's been the plan since the tournament was shortened to 3 days. Have to accommodate travel for the anglers and everything else that makes up a Bassmaster Elite Series event. The live mix will be going on. We'll keep it on after we sign off from Bassmaster Live. It'll be on all day tomorrow. The live mix is a great alternative. You want to get a different view than what we're giving you here?
Sassy stick.
Non-stop action at work. Live
Yeah,
mix.
oh man. Got a lot to recommend it. I think there's a lot to recommend the act of tuning in tomorrow because we've been saying it. Davey should know. He says it's going to be good.
It's going to be good. Championship Monday, the best fishing day of the week, top 20.
Top 20. Coming your way tomorrow morning. Weigh-in comes your way at 3 o'clock. Thank you so much for spending summer part of your Sunday with us. We will see you tomorrow.